You built a monster.
Well, hello. Happy Wednesday. Today's going to be another day of, me torturing myself for the sake of people wanting to know which games run the best, which games, Sims, which Sims run the best. And we're going to be doing some more GT3 grinding, which is my least favorite form of car. Outside of maybe the hypercars. Hypercars are so hit or miss in a lot of Sims that, I don't know, they pull me out of it. GT3 is fairly balanced, though, it seems, for the most part. So, unfortunately, I just think the cars are on the lackluster side, They're not very fast when it comes to raw power, and they are very grippy, and they work very well, which means they're far less of a driver's car and more of a point and shoot. Obviously, there's always a skill gap. There's always a skill gap no matter what the car is. But when the car is a lot harder to drive, that skill gap grows quite a bit, Anyway, not here to bash on GT3. I know how it offends people. But one more little jab at GT3. It's the Me Too race car of modern racing. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? It's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for me. I don't know where you guys are watching from, considering it's daytime where I'm at. Most likely, anybody watching is US-based right now, or it's nighttime somewhere else. Always fun to see where people are watching from. So I don't know the full order, and also, too, some of you might be wondering why LMU is even in this category here. Because what did you just listen to? You listened to me rant. I do that a lot. It's part of my DNA. I can't help it. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Why is LMU in this comparison? Well, quite simply, LMU is potentially coming to console in 2026. And the biggest, the sims that I really want to focus on this channel anyway, for at least from a review standpoint and gameplay standpoint, are crossplay games. Simply because at this point, sim racing is still very much a niche. And it's very, very much a niche. So, game consoles are still the dominant in all forms of video games, period. Doesn't matter what kind of game it is, whatnot. Like Gran Turismo, for example, is still the largest, hands down, racing sim, even though it's a game, simply because it's on console. And it's been successful on console for decades now. So, every other sim, while I think it's a better racing experience, is all on PC, and usually when it's a console release, it's a dumbed down, weaker version of, like, ACC is a prime example of it. ACC is not comparable between PC and the console version, outside of it being like a... If PC is 1.0, console's like 0.5. Got all the same, for the most. The one thing I will say that's better on a console is the custom lobbies. You can make lobbies. You can't do that on PC. You have to rent a server and stuff like that, which can be a pain for the average guy who's just trying to get in and have a good time without spending money, you know? But that being said, the biggest reason I want to compare these three titles is console life. I'm obviously playing on PC, so grain of salt with everything you see from my direct experience if you're a console player, but I feel like that is the future of, you know, more diehard sim racing is crossplay. If you really want this, if you truly want sim racing to grow from a, you know, unless you want to gatekeep it, I suppose, then you might not like the idea of it going to console, but that being said, though, crossplay, in my opinion, for all types of games in general, not just racing, is the future. There's eventually going to be no gate-kept games. Whether you want to, all the Sony diehards, the Xbox diehards, there's eventually going to be no titles that are specific to your platform. And there's just going to be one universal hive mind of crossplay, and that's just the way it is. And I wish the racing side of things would adapt that a little bit better and a little bit sooner, because console players are missing out quite a bit on a lot of fun experiences. LMU, depending on how it's implemented, I think LMU is one of the better racing experiences right now, despite I think it has some of the more lackluster force feedback, but I'm not a force feedback enthusiast. I'm a person who likes to race in a video game and it be as close to immersive as possible while maintaining as much fun as possible. So for me, LMU is fun. It's just even more niche. There's not a whole lot of variety. Where Gran Turismo shines in its variety, a lot of these other sims are extremely niche, which I guess is why they're, you know, better at those niches, but they're too niche. They need to expand. I like LMU so far. I just think there's not a whole lot to it. So right now, I don't know what their development roadmap looks like, but I do know they have repeatedly said that LMU in 2026 is coming to console. So that's why it's in this comparison today. Morning and greetings from Los Angeles. What platform are you playing Project Motor Racing on? I am on PC. So grain of salt in my experiences. It does look like it plays pretty well on PS5. I haven't tried Xbox. I have tried PS5. However, the wheelbase I used, the Logitech Pro, clearly they need to patch that, or include that in the next patch, because it does not play right on the Logitech direct drive wheels. All the guys I know with the G29s and G923s, they're all having a fine time. The Pro and RS50 guys, I think, are in the same boat. It's playable, But if you really want to turn up force feedback and use force feedback from a useful standpoint, it's not right. So we're in Central California. Gotcha. That makes sense. Early birds for over there. It's 8 o'clock over there, so. What's going on, Rick? Good to see you. Consoles can't make custom servers for free. Have to use G-Portal or... I'm sure it's going to be crossplay. If it goes to console, I mean, unless they stick to an ACC-style gameplay, which I hope they don't. That really, kind of bugs me that ACC is not crossplay. But in my opinion, ACC, while it's not, I wouldn't call it dead. It's dead in the same way that Forza Motorsport is dead. It's no longer being developed. It's over. So what you have is what you got. Unless they unlock modding to its fullest extent, ACC is going to be ACC forever. Whereas Le Mans Ultimate is currently being developed just like alongside, say, AC Evo and all the current AMS2, stuff like that. So if it goes to console, in my opinion, it's a massive disservice to the racing community to not allow crossplay. I'm not sure what you mean by consoles can't make servers for free. You can hold a custom... In ACC, you can host a lobby. Like, I can just fire up ACC on console and host up a lobby and have my friends on PS5 join me in that lobby. I can't do that on PC. On PC, I have to literally purchase a rented lobby from a third party... whatever that would be called. Third party, either way. And it's a bit more involved on PC. Good thing is the lobby stays up when you close, but custom, essentially, LAN, even though it's not LAN, I know, custom lobbies are, I feel like they're almost mandatory for you to play with your friends. I'm going to pop open a server, join my server, On console, I can see why they did that, and I can see why they didn't do that on PC, but it'd be nice to have it on both. I like the idea of crossplay. The more people who can play together in the same game, the better. Exactly. That's the whole point. And the thing is that, like I said, unless you're gatekeeping sim racing as a PC player, if you truly want this market to grow, consoles are where it's at. I don't know what the exact ratios of console players are to PC players, but I can guarantee you there are far more console players to this day and then PC. In fact, I think it's actually going more in favor of console. I think PC gaming is slowly going away. Let's look at the cost of entry into building a computer. I build computers. I don't buy pre-builts. So the cost of memory prices right now are through the roof. Actually, AMD, can anybody confirm in chat if AMD as of today raised their prices across the board? Because that was supposed to be a thing that as of today, AMD was raising all of their hardware prices by 10%. Let me check Newegg and see if any of that's gone up at all. I'm just curious. I disagree, Oil Slick. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. There's definitely some PC master race in the world. But, like, I have a PS5 Pro, and I have a 5090 in my computer. I fully understand the differences in those, and I know where they're superior and where they're not. I have a PS5 Pro for a reason, It's not because it's a better piece of kit over a PC, but it's ease of use. Obviously, there are console exclusives, but for me, I can pick it up, go wherever I want with it. If I'm going to travel on the road for a week or whatever, and I'm going to be staying at a place, I'll bring my PS5 with me, and I can't do that with my PC. My PC's, it's got to be pushing 100 pounds. It's not light. It is not light. In fact, I usually, when I have to move it, I'll break it down a lot of the paneling because the panel's all tempered glass. So, all right, let's see. 9700 XT. But I do agree, though, that, PC gamers can... But here's the thing, though. Console players are the same way. At the end of the day, if you focus on the people being negative, that's all you'll ever pay attention to. I am a PC gamer. but I have a PS5 Pro and do just as much, if not more, gaming on my PS5. You know? They both are strong in different ways. One is strong is its dollar per performance. My computer can't compete with PS5 in the same, anywhere remotely close to it in the same dollar frame. So it doesn't look like they raised their prices with current stock. So that's good. I was curious to know if e-tailers were going to be greedy like that, because if you saw prices go up today on shelves, all the prices increases are due to manufacturing moving forward, not things currently on the shelf. They've already been paid for by that, say, distributor, you know? Let's see. Sorry, I didn't see your comment there, Rick. LMU are planning to come to console end of 2026, right? At least I hear that everywhere. That's what they have said. They started that rumor. Now, you know, whether that's true or not, I hope it does. I think LMU is a really good racing sim. I think it's a terrible game because if you're going to scale fun factor, unless you're into pure competition and ranking, you don't have a place in LMU. LMU is the closest thing, in my opinion, to iRacing that isn't a paid subscription. And if you're a diehard competitive racer, that's where you should go, in my opinion, is iRacing, still to this day. Le Mans Ultimate's just another version of it, which I have Le Mans Ultimate because I don't have to pay a subscription when I don't play it. It's not about, for me, in iRacing, it's not about paying the subscription. It's about not playing the game and then continuing to have to either cancel or reactivate my subscription. I don't feel like dealing with that. I already deal with that with like Netflix and all those, although Netflix, it just takes my money and I tolerate it. But the point is, it's just another one of those things, you know? But if I'm grinding iRating nonstop and that's all I'm doing, then yes, the subscription's $10 a month, big deal, you know? I appreciate the info you gave me the other day on the... Man, I'm still waiting on hopefully I fixed before I jump into PMR. I'm sticking with the GT7 for now. A fix for the Logitech G Pro. Yeah, it's... I mean, it's gonna happen. So, like, my whole thing is this. You're likely gonna buy Project Motor Racing at some point. So when you have the money to burn and you don't know, and you want to, and you got that like itch to spend some money and you just don't know what you want to spend it on, that's when you should buy it, in my opinion. I wouldn't rush out to get it, especially if you're on a Logitech Pro. But if you don't mind racing on a controller, I will say it was fine on PS5 when I tested that. I tested the same exact. I tested it on a standard PS5, not a Pro, with the Logitech Pro and with the PS5 controller. And I found myself putting down the wheel and using the controller to enjoy the game because it works on controller. It didn't work on the Pro. I mean, it worked, but the only way to get it to work is to just limp down the force feedback so much that you're not using force feedback to drive the cars anymore. You're just using a wheel at that point. Like right now, my wheel is on, but it's just not getting any force feedback. So right now, this is trying to turn it, right? But just it's not getting any input. That's its natural load. Now, if I turn the wheelbase off, this is what we would have to use the Logitech Pro for in this and PMR. This is how it would have to feel. So yeah, it'll work as a wheel. You're physically turning it, but there's nothing there because the information that you're getting is wrong. Fanatec on PS5 works amazing. I love PMR. Can't wait for more improvements. That's good. That's good. It's funny too, because like Logitech, this is the part that's surprising. Logitech is usually like the day one best support, and I'm not blaming Logitech on this. This is PMR because their firmware hasn't changed in a while now on the Logitech stuff. However, the games have to implement to that firmware. And for some reason, they were testing at the expos on the Logitech wheelbase. I just think they were only using it. I'm sure the Logitech wheelbase works fine on PC. I'm sure it does. It's a PS5 to Logitech specific issue. Looking for a GTD Logitech wheel. They never seem to be in stock from Logitech. Yeah, I actually, well, I mean, I sold all my Logitech stuff, but I had a GTD wheel as well. And I sold that to Rowdy. I have 32 gigabytes DDR4 if anyone wants to swap it for a kidney. Right. Oh, yeah, fun fact, I have 32 gigabytes of DDR5 never used. It came with my 5090 bundle that I had to buy to get my 5090. I just have no use for it. But I have it. I should sell it right now. If I sold it right now for like 50% over original list price, which is still heavily discounted, could make some money on an item I technically, you know, I mean, I paid for it, obviously, because it was part of the bundle, but it'd be nice to get my money back on that. Let's see. Clearly, the system is superior, but man, they just want to talk about it all the time. Yeah, I get it. I love console gaming, although I do understand what I'm missing out on. In all honesty, like, the problem with gaming right now is you used to be able to say you were missing out with PC gaming. Now it's hit or miss. Like, don't get me wrong, Project Motor Racing looked and played way better on my PC than it does on your standard PS5. But the experience by no means was bad on PS5. It was 60 FPS, roughly. You could clearly see the resolution was not anywhere near what I have it on PC. The rendering... But I will say there were graphical bugs on PC that are not present on PS5. For example, the LOD and how far things load is a lot smoother. It's not further out, it's just smoother on PS5. Whereas it's aggressive pop-in on PC, which... There's no point in rendering things to their absolute max super far away, but they should blend in smooth as you get closer to them and not just be like, completely different image. You know, it's bad on PC in that sense. Although it's mostly shadow pop-in, but it goes from no shadows to full shadows. And you see like this line with you, and it's jarring, you know? That to me is the biggest graphical issue on PC with PMR right now. See, get a Fanatec, they're better. There's nothing I would never see you. By the way, Oil Slick, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here. You're doing what you're complaining about the PC people doing. You're being brand loyal, and you're harping on the thing that it's strictly your opinion, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with your opinion. I'm just saying you're doing what you don't like those other guys to do. At the end of the day, Logitech and Fanatec are both great systems. Logitech just has the biggest complaint that I have with the Logitech, and it's what most people have, is the small ecosystem. But their products are great. That Logitech Pro I had was fantastic. I just wish there were more things I could get for it. I was stuck into an ecosystem, and now if I play on PC, it doesn't really matter. The ecosystem is whatever you want it to be. I had this GT Neo on my Logitech base before I got rid of my Logitech. But, the idea is to get to play with console. That's why you stick with a Fanatec or you stick with a Logitech, is so you have console support. I can't play on console right now. So the Gran Turismo 7 Spec 3 update, I'd have to play on controller or go buy myself another G29 so I'm not sitting there on a joystick, you know, which I've actually considered doing. I might go get a G923 just to play Gran Turismo, and I'll sit on the couch and play it, you know. I'm not planning on streaming or being some pro in Gran Turismo, but I am curious to see how the Spec 3 update is. I'll wait to see if it's even worth it. But anyway, point of that is, Fanatec's got a bigger ecosystem. That's where I would say they're superior. I would say they are more problematic, though, than Logitech. Logitech is usually pretty solid on day one, which is why I'm surprised about the Project Motor Racing issues right now. But again, we're talking PS5 specific. But Logitech is pretty popular on PS5 as well, so... Heard it's not great on T5 and A2. I've heard that as well. What's going on, Hellcat? Run of audio. I love LMU. About to boot it up now because their ranking system using up and down arrows is BS. Give me iRating style points or GFTO. You reversed it. I said it right. You reversed it. But it's fine. Let's see. Oh my god, you guys are talkative today. All right, hang on. Let's see. On my G Pro for real. Alright, I think it's just crushing it with PMR. Oh, hang on here. So it skipped some questions. Are you having any crushing issues with PMR? Crushing issues? No. No, I'm having a very good experience. It does seem like there are more crashes, overall game crashes, implemented with 1501 patch as compared to the day one patch. But that's almost normal for rushing patches out, which is why they haven't gotten a patch out since, in my opinion, is because they're taking their time with their next patch. But that 01 patch was necessary. It fixed a lot of the actual crushing problems with the game. My crashes are not common. I might get one to two crashes per 4 to 6 hour session. And it takes me, unless I'm in like a, mind you, I don't play ranked yet. I'm waiting for a lot of the, here's the thing about the guys who want to play ranked. Ranked is probably the only thing I would wait on right now. It's the only part of this game that I would go, I'm not going to play that yet until the game is more dialed in. That's the one thing I would wait on. I would play career mode, although I'm even waiting on a lot of career mode because I really want the game to be dialed in just to experience career mode. You know, I'm having fun doing the multiplayer stuff. In fact, I'm having a boatload of fun doing that. So I would recommend avoiding ranked for now, but doing everything else. As far as crushing issues, though, no. The biggest issue I've experienced so far has been going to my buddy's place, booting up PS5, and using the Logitech wheel on the PS5. Because it's across all cars. It's not just like one class of cars is bugged or something. Like every car felt terrible. Now, some people might think it's fine, but I can tell you, playing it on PC with my Simagic wheelbase, and then playing it on PS5 with Logitech, but also having had a Logitech, F125 has the same problem, by the way. F125 on PC is bugged on the Logitech wheelbases. And it's since the RS50 came out. There was a firmware update when the RS50 came out, and for some reason it broke some games. F125 is one of them. So I can tell you that I had my Logitech wheelbase out on this rig on PC playing F125. Everything's proper. He brought over his PS5 because I don't have F125 on PS5. He brought it over. We hooked it up to this. Everything was the same except what we were playing the game on, and force feedback was broken. It felt like it was going to break the wheel the whole time. It was just a grinding, marbly sound. So, while I don't think PMR's issues are as bad as F125's on PS5 with the Logitech base, they're there and I was able to recognize them. Some people might not recognize it. And they might just think that's the way it plays. Here's the thing, Slick, with problems and people posting on Facebook. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Only the complainers complain. The positive people tend to just avoid it altogether, you know? I've always found it to be strange that human nature, when in a negative scenario, feels the need to tell the world about it. Which is why Project Motor Racing, you've heard so much negative about. Part of it is from, you know, the bigger name influencers on YouTube dragging the game through the mud, and then people playing follow the leader. You know, that parasocial relationship thing that humans get sucked into, where like, I like this guy a lot, he has no idea that I even exist, but he's my friend, and he says this sucks, I'm gonna just regurgitate what he says. People do that all the time. All the time. So, in any of my opinions, by the way, ignore them, use them as a sample, a very small sample and a grain of salt, and get your own opinions for yourself. Movies, TV shows, video games, the amount of times I watch things that go, man, this really looks bad, and then I check it out myself, and I'm like, All right, you're just complaining to complain. Were there flaws? Yes. But at the end of the day, from start to finish, was it a positive or a negative experience? It was positive. And that's what this game is. This game is wildly positive for me. And I'm a picky person. But I also appreciate everything for what it is. You know? Like, today is going to be a bigger stress test than what I would normally do. Because I can assure you that what I'm doing today is something that I personally don't care much about. But the community cares a lot about GT3 racing. I'm more into just the... Like, for me, PMR shines when you're not in the cars that are the popular ones. Let's see. ACC is 400 hertz on... feedback on console feels same as on my PC. Pay attention to things like input lag. Input lag is noticeably different. I'm talking playing on the exact same low input lag panel. Everything's the same. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Walter Renfirm. Hope I said that right. Thanks for the sub, buddy. Well, I only sim race, so PC clearly has the better force feedback and haptics and whatnot compared to console. It absolutely does. Without a doubt, it absolutely does. The thing is that I gotta give the credit where it's due. Gran Turismo 7 is wildly polished. Even though it's not a real sim, like it plays more arcadey, but it still has sim-like features. The experience is overall insanely polished. Like, I don't know what their particular graphics engine, how they're implementing it is, but I can tell you that Gran Turismo 7 on PS5 for its frame rate looks amazing. It really is an accomplishment. It's just a shame that, in my opinion, their physics are so, well, Gran Turismo, you know? But ignoring that, it's well liked by the masses for a reason, you know? And it also raises the bar. Like, Project Motor Racing doesn't look anywhere near as good on PC, or sorry, on console as Gran Turismo 7 does. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. And that, obviously, Ashley Ferris, thank you. That comes down to optimization for one. Project Motor Racing has a lot of work to do in the optimization department, because the way it runs on PC, I already know how it's going to look on PS5 to get it remotely close to 60 frames, you know? They're obviously doing a massive amount of upscaling for console. I wouldn't be shocked if that game renders at 720 to 1080p and then upscales to like 1440p, because it's not a 4K upscale, that's for sure. And it's not rendered anywhere near 1440p. There's just no way. The horsepower deficit between, say, the 5090 and even the PS5 Pro, they're not even remotely close to comparable. So it's obviously better optimized, in my opinion, on PS5, because it's better utilizing the much lower hardware. But they have a lot of work to do. And Gran Turismo 7 is crushing that department. I just don't like it's the worst part. Everything about Gran Turismo, in my opinion, is essentially the best, except the racing, which it's a racing game, you know? So, but I can't knock Gran Turismo for being what it is. It's a juggernaut, and I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't think Project Motor Racing was ever going to be, even if it was delivered on what they said it was going to be, it was never going to knock Gran Turismo off of its throne right now. There's too much money, too much popularity. They would have to take so much of their consumer base away from Gran Turismo. It's just never going to happen, because the reality is that most of the people who play Gran Turismo that would play Project Motor Racing are going to just play both. So it's not like they traded, you know? Why has DDR RAM skyrocketed? Cost of fabs, manufacturing, stuff like that. I don't know the exact reason offhand. I know it's been vastly talked about. I could probably figure that out inside of 5 minutes. I just, you know, I would have to go do that. But It happened about a month ago or so. It's it's a trickle down effect. It's a trickle down effect. DDR4 prices, I guarantee you, start skyrocketing because people want to build computers. So 2 months ago, I was able to buy 64 gigabytes of DDR5 G-Skill memory at a very low cast latency. So I have 28 in mine, 6,000 megahertz or 6 gigahertz, however you want to say it. I could buy that for $200. Let's see what my memory kit 2 months ago cost now. Thank you for the sub. I don't mean to yell at you guys every time I get a sub, but I gotta make sure that they know that I know. The mutual knowing. Alright, so let's just see what the cost of memory is right now. And don't worry, we will get to sim racing. I'm just, start off with the talking head stuff. Wake myself up. Wake my brain up. If I can deal with all of the comments and responding, my brain can focus on actually racing when the time comes. Until I look at chat and crash, naturally. It's what I do. I drink and I know things. Alright, so filter. I'll be able to do this so much faster on PC. Actually, you know what? Why am I even doing this on my phone? Just show you guys. Oh, I don't want to go to YouTube. I'm already on YouTube. Bright. Memory, desktop memory. Go G-Skill. We'll try and find the exact one that I have. DDR5, 6000 kit. Apply. 32 gigabytes per module. CL28. They had 26 now. I don't even want to know what those... Oh my god! What is happening in this world? Look at this. Look at this nonsense. So, I have a Flare X kit because I didn't want a fancy one. Visually speaking, I didn't want RGB. So, this is just the white version of my particular kit. $800 right now. That's retail. That's not like some fictitious markup. That's insane. $200 2 months ago. That's a graphics card now. Like, you could literally buy my memory and like a 97 or 9070 XT for the price of this memory now. That's what you call some BS. Voice feedback on T598 on PMR is much better than GT7. That's how good it is. Gotcha. Are you on... I can't remember, Rick. Are you on PS5 or PC? Because you guys have to understand, too. Every system operates differently. So, like a Logitech wheelbase on a PC is not a Logitech wheelbase on PS5, and vice versa. It might work on one and not the other. So, the issues that I'm seeing are Logitech direct drives, specifically the direct drives, on PS5. As far as you know, is there any current racing game that currently pays real cash too? It's only multiplayer winners. If not, I think that will generate a lot of interest. Maybe Gran Turismo and tournaments. But outside of staying inside your home and playing online multiplayer, I would say no. I don't think there's anything of that nature. Now, you could always bet people. Gambling's a real thing. I would prefer to keep gambling out of video games as much as possible. That's just my opinion. But racing in general, naturally, people want to gamble. Hopefully there'll be some more wheels soon for Logitech stuff. Let's hope. They need it. The biggest thing they need is an H pattern. G-Hub will make your wheel work on GT7. Does F125 work with Logitech RS bases fine on PS5? I want to say no. I don't know, but I know the regular Pro does not. Play PMR on Xbox controller. I have a saying, always have as much loyalty to a corporation as that corporation has to you, which is usually none. Certain caveats apply. Exactly. I like certain brands for their products, but not because of the company. I couldn't care less about the company. They're all evil at some point in the chain, and they're all great at some point in the chain. The lowest hanging fruit are usually the best people. The highest tiers of the people in a company are usually the worst. For example, let's just separate Project Motor Racing into that. I don't know Ian Bell, but you see all the stuff that gets said about Ian Bell. It's really important to separate Ian Bell from the developers. Because Ian Bell isn't coding, he's not marketing, he's not doing all of it. He's only doing a very, very small fraction of it. Just like the marketing team is the marketing team and the developers are the developers. You can't fault the developers for the marketing team's hype antics, you know? Is an RTX 4080 a good GPU for sim racing games? Absolutely. Absolutely. Any, in my opinion, 70 class card from the 4000 series and 5000 series and up is a lot of horsepower. And if you get to the 3000 series, I would say in today's current age for all video games, you're going to want a 3080 or higher. Like right now, if I were to recommend a video card for someone, now mind you, this is not for someone, it depends on the person in terms of what they're able to spend. Someone with like a normal adult income and not say I'm growing or whatever, you know. Obviously, I'm not going to recommend, you know, a 5080 to someone who's in their first year of college or something like that. That's obviously ridiculous. But I'm 38, and I am fully into adulthood financially. So for me, and anybody like me, I would recommend probably a 5070 Ti as the graphics card to get right now. And if you can reach for a 5080, sure, but like a 5090 is not something I would recommend to anybody unless you are a max level computer enthusiast. And by that I mean I play all games on computer, not just sim. I render, I edit on my 5090, I stream with my 5090, I record with my 5090. I literally game, record, and stream at the exact same time using the exact same thing, my GPU. I don't have a multi-system setup. I don't have a streaming computer. I have one computer. So if my computer crashes at its core, the stream goes down, which is the one caveat to doing it that's better with having a dedicated streaming computer. But the point is that for those types of people, if you have the disposable income for it and you are an enthusiast level, which is what I consider myself for the computer stuff anyway, that's who I'd recommend get a 5090. I had a 4090 that was replaced by my 5090. And then when the 6090 comes out, that's going to replace my 5090. That's who I am as a person. But I've been also building my own computers for 30 years, since I was literally single digits of age. You know, I had a Nintendo 64 next to my first computer that I built. So that's who I am. But for the average person who wants an amazing PC gaming experience with a more rationally priced cost, a 5070 Ti is where I would point them. Because $3,000 for a 5090, you're not getting over 3 times the overall experience. Not even close. But 5070 Ti is where I'd put people. That was a long tear, I know. Point of that is 4080 is more than enough GPU. If you can get your hands on a used one for a good price, pick it up. Thoughts on the future of Rennsport? It can only be better. It can only go up. They released a patch today. Unfortunately, I did look at it and I did try it out real quickly for like 5 minutes. It doesn't look like the patch applied anything of merit to the PC world. It looked like it was primarily a PS5 focused one, which is fine, or a console focused one, which is fine. Again, that's the bigger market. Just don't abandon PC support, you know? Feels better than others to me. Mustang and AMG really shine, I feel. Yes, they do, I agree. Mustang and the AMG drive very similar in PMR. Think the day one release really messed things up. Latest update is what we needed initially. Agreed, for sure. Art Vandalay, unless someone says they like the prequels, they're just wrong. I guess I missed what that was a response to. I'm looking for some turnbuckle style rods similar to QS rod. Where can I source some to build some stabilizers for my cockpit mounted monitor? Oh, that I have no idea. I was just reading that. I'm not the guy to ask for that. I run a single screen monitor. I don't run any kind of motion of any kind. I would say Amazon for just general use. What I've learned when it comes to especially this stuff, you're going to buy a lot of stuff off Amazon and throw away a lot of stuff from Amazon. Just figuring out what works and what doesn't. Good listening to your feedback, man. Legend, keep doing what you do. Thank you. Appreciate that. I mean, we know graphics don't need to be good to make a game popular. Look at iRacing. Exactly. GT will stay the most popular because most people don't want a sim. They want easy racing. Well, here's the thing. I think Gran Turismo is some of the more harder racing right now because competition is what makes racing hard. And there's a lot of competition in Gran Turismo. Like, a lot of competition. Like, on average, if I go into online lobbies in Project Motor Racing right now, most of the time I win first place by a landslide. By a landslide. The average person who's playing this online right now, I feel like they've never played a racing sim before, or a game of any kind. Because I'm not the best racer by any stretch of the imagination. Not even close. You put me in Gran Turismo ranked play, I'm going to be bottom of the pack every time. You put me in this right now, I'm going to win podium 99% of the time. GT will stay most popular because, oh yeah, I just read that. Yep, easy racing. Main cause of DDR and NAND rising is a major manufacturers. Korean were overproducing for 4 years. They have all agreed to lower production to increase profit. That's official. Plus AI boosting is definitely a big part of it. Also, military spending globally increasing, leading to military stockpiling. Necessary DRAM NAND. I'm on PS5 with T598 Thrustmaster with 0 firmware updates because I don't have a PC to update it with. Got it. Got it. So far behind in the questions, but yes, H pattern has been... Yeah, I've heard that. Rowdy has talked a lot about that. Speaking of Rowdy Rooster, thanks for the chat. No problem. No problem. It's what I do. There's a patch update in the works to fix the game crashing issues. Yeah, there's a... If you read they're constantly... There's a patch around the clock being worked on. I'd love to see a patch once a week, but at the same time, you're going to see as they twist the knobs and dial the game in more and more, patch frequency will come down. And it will be a better patch, a bigger patch, spread out further apart. Thank you for the sub. I'll see who it is in a second. LMR Oliveira, thank you, appreciate that. Sorry I butchered your name. Is Rennsport worth buying? Well, we're going to find out today, and you're going to let you guys be the judge of that yourselves, because I'm going to dive into LMU, Project Motor Racing, and Rennsport today, all in specifically GT3 stuff. We're not doing any hypercar stuff. I want the focus to be GT3 today, so I am literally taking one for the team, because it's not my favorite kind of car, not even close. But I'm doing it because I know it's popular, and it's what people want to see, and, well, if this game's going to live, PMR, and Rennsport, they have to be good at what they do. I don't know, I just blessed someone. Have I tried 4-corner slip angle base shakers? I have not, but I do have a front and rear butt kicker on my rig. I usually don't have them on for the stream just because it tends to shake my mouse off my mouse pad and stuff. But when I'm chasing immersion, yes, I have haptics on my pedals. And I have butt kickers. I'm liking the Vera motion system, 4-corner motion system though. All motion's crazy expensive. But I will say I'm liking that setup. So when the time comes and I do dive into motion, as of right now, it'll be the VariMotion stuff. Agreed, Oil Slick. Yeah, it's easy racing, which is why I think ACC kind of flubbed it a little bit when it came, and why it's okay on console. The racing experience is great, but getting to that experience requires a level of patience that most people don't have. I have the hardest time with GT7 finishing top 5 versus AI. How would PMR be any better? Well, here's the thing. Ego is what tends to hurt you against AI. You can turn down the AI to your skill level to have a good time. You don't have to rate, like, just because there is a 100% slider and you have to race it at 75%, it doesn't mean you are 75% a man. And you can only be a man by racing 100%. My suggestion, start at 50% AI in this, your favorite class of car, do 5 to 10 laps with that AI, see how they drive, see how you drive. If it's easy, turn it up. Find your balance point. You know? But if you're more of a casual person, why struggle with AI you can't beat and have a bad time when you can just turn the AI down to your skill level and have a good time? And I do agree, Gran Turismo's scaling of AI skill set can be frustrating because even on easy, it doesn't feel consistent. There are times when the easy AI is wicked hard, and there are times when the easy AI is, well, easy AI, and you've changed nothing. You know? Unfortunately, it's like that in this too. The AI does not scale across the board evenly. That I hope will be patched and updated with time. Yeah, Rennsport did have an update, but I don't think it has any real effect on me because I'm on PC. It looked like it was a heavily console-favored update. For that, I want a sim. I got a deal, 80/20 with monitor, 49 Samsung G9, Simagic EVO, bucket with pedal haptic for 4K. It's a solid price. My rig right now setup, I want to say, is about $6,000. And I have a lot of custom stuff I did to it too. Like for example, I have the FGT Pro Next Level rig, which is a tubular steel frame, so there's no extrusions, and I have an extrusion 40/40 rig, which is essentially just more so for attachments than it is structure, because the rig itself is the structure. I'm holding like my mouse pad and stuff like that, my stream deck, my camera, I have wheel mounts. That's all held up by an by 40/40 extrusion, and that was all purchased off Amazon. But no, 4K is a solid price. It's funny though, when I say I'm a PC enthusiast first before a sim racer enthusiast, my PC tower costs more than my entire sim rig. But there is like, I don't recommend to anybody to do what I do with computers financially. It is a savage waste of experience when it comes to money. Or waste of money for the experience. I'm not getting any better of an experience than most people spending half the money on their PC. Thank you for the sub. My budget was 10K, so I'm buying a VPG 911. Chris Fieldhouse, thank you for the sub, buddy. VPG 911 wheel for sure, and pick up a choice of a few more. Yeah, I mean, the great thing about sim racing, especially within a big ecosystem too, is your choice of wheels, man. I have a... Let me check. I don't think it's coming because it's FedEx during the holidays, but I was supposed to be taking delivery of my Sparko wheel today to replace my Simagic round wheel, because the Simagic... All of the sim wheels, unless they're collabed with like bigger name brands, they're kind of junk. Like my sim racing, I bought my Alcantara Simagic wheel, I threw it away. I literally threw it away. Inside of a week, the Alcantara was falling apart. Now my Momo Alcantara wheel that I had before that lasted me 6 months with zero signs of wear before I sold it. And the only reason I sold it is because it was a Logitech specific wheel. Yeah, like right now, I'm supposed to be delivered of my Sparko wheel today, and it's not out for delivery. So, that's not coming today. Do I do IT for a profession? I do not. I build and race motorcycles for a profession and tune them. Racing is what I do professionally. Just different kind of racing. No, the computer stuff has been purely hobby, and it will stay that way. I will never, ever introduce, outside of YouTube and content creation, computer life for me will never be more than a hobby. I don't want it to be, because it'll be ruined. But alright, I'm caught up on chat. Let's get to sim racing. Boom. There we go. Also, guys, let's just set a random goal today for me. It's purely for me. Selfish. I'm going to plug myself a little bit, though. Currently, I'm just going to read the last 3 numbers of the subs, not the whole number. It's just easier to say. Currently, the sub count says 233 on the back end. By the end of today's stream, if we can get that to 250, I'll give you all a solid attaboy. You're not going to win any money. You're not going to get any kind of trophies. But I'll thank you. I'll appreciate your support. And that's about what I can give you in return. So if you are watching and you're not subbed, and you want to see that counter go up for the sake of my own personal ego, I'd appreciate it. If not, that's fine. I run 9 transducer. Oh, hang on. Thoughts on the MPI wheel solely for Logitech? What's my favorite wheel? The MPI... I don't know which one. The 310 wheel, whatever their official name for it is, was my favorite wheel for the Logitech. Favorite race wheel, anyway. The Momo was my favorite wheel. I've been subscribed. Let's go. Well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate everybody staying subscribed. You don't have to. You said your bike is 270 horsepower NA. Which bike is that? My Big Motor Busa. It's an NA Busa. It's a 1596cc. They are 1340 stock, but most of the power comes from the top end of the motor. Just spending money there. Nine transducers on my aluminum rig, 4-corner DIY slip angle with Dayton VSTs, BK, blah, blah, blah. One thing I will say about... yeah, it sounds like a solid setup. One thing I can say about the butt kickers, when you buy them, if you're not so concerned about warranty, because I don't know if this goes against warranty, but I want to say it does. There's 3 big Allen key bolts. I want to say they're 6 mil. Remove those bolts, pull the big-ass... chunk of steel out of there. It might even be a magnet. I'm not sure entirely if that's the magnet or not, but I know there's magnets in it. It relies on magnetism. That's how it works. Pull the big chunk of magnet/steel out of there, whichever one that is, and remove the white lithium thin grease that they use and pack it with some heavy-duty grease and then put it back together. So both of the butt kickers I have, both of them rattled like crazy. Like metal on metal vibrating rattle, and it sounded awful because there's that thin film of lube is not enough to shield a metal on metal contact or metal on magnet contact, whatever. So a lot of lube goes a long way in more ways than one, but I assure you they haven't rattled since. They sound great, and they're not the grease doesn't come out of them, so it's like a bearing. It's packed and it's not coming out. Found your page last week. Sim Racing is Drug. Thank you. Thank you. You're referring to my... Oh, speaking of which, if anybody's curious, my Instagram is below. It's my Sim Racing. It's a specific Sim Racing Instagram, so it's on the much small. It's only like got 250 people on it right now, or subs, whatever. Very limited content. I'm adding to it. But if you want to see still shots and stuff like that of like more detail of hardware, I am going to make hardware videos as well on this channel, but I'm just farming the easy stuff right now, which is playing video games, simply because the big sub, well, not big sub count, but thank you for the sub, much appreciated. The most of the subs on this channel follow me for motorcycle content, and most of them now don't look at my content because they don't care about sim racing, which is fine. I understand that. So even though the number says 25,000 and change, I really look at that first 25,000 as not being there, and the rest of it is the sim racing specific stuff. Now, I want to say it's probably more like 400 are people that are into sim racing, but either way, I'm looking at that number as, even though there's a 25 at the start there, like that number's not there. I have to rebuild who kind of watches this stuff, which is fine. I'm all for the grind. But the Instagram's doing the same thing. Instagram just shows the real life variant of the following of sim racing that I have. So anyway, it is listed below, and so is my Discord, which I'm working on the Discord to be a to build sort of a community of like open lobby racing. Because what I'm going to be doing on streaming is I'm debating if I'm going to try one tonight or not. But the plan for that is essentially to have a dedicated stream for open lobby racing. No Diddy on the lube comment. No Diddy for sure. So basically, I have an open... I mean, you have to apply it again, but it's a relatively easy application. It's really just there to filter out bots. But get into Discord, and we'll do open lobbies for a specific game. There are specific game voice channels. So it would basically be like, I go live, and if you're on and able to play and you want to jump in, we're going to race. You know, I've already got... Rick in chat has already kicked my butt. Than the first one I did, even though it wasn't... I shouldn't say it was the first one. It was just... happened to be... Sure, let's do some racing. So... regardless of my I'm going to try and do that regardless of this channel's growth. Meaning, on the very, very, very slim hypothetical chance that I become a successful sim racing YouTube channel, I still plan on doing that. That's why I like streaming, more so than I like making videos. Now, I don't mind making videos. Michael Bay in me likes to try and pretend I'm good at that. But I like the live streaming because I like the more honest version of people's selves. Meaning, so I did a motorcycle podcast, and you very quickly get to see that people in their videos are not who they really are. And a live sort of showing of that person tends to show you a more honest variant of that person, you know? So it's very easy to pretend you're someone you're not when you can just delete a certain clip and retake it 100 times. When I'm live, you can't put on a show. At least not nearly as a good one, you know? I lube the hell out of my transducers, warranty be damned. But the thing is, it fixes the problem. I tried to tolerate the rattle, I couldn't. Unless I had my headset on, I couldn't do it. Open lobby would be great. Yeah, that is the plan. Open lobbies, for sure. So, anyway. Alright, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. There's 34 of you watching right now. Tell me. First of all, if you are watching and you haven't liked, please do so. Please do so. You clicking that little thumbs up button makes my beautiful face pop up in other people's feeds, so they would click, and there goes the telephone effect. Unless you don't like me, and that's fine. But, what do you guys want to see first? PMR, LMU, or Rennsport? I'm going to try and do everything. With just specifically GT3. We're going to avoid career modes, which I think there's only PMR that can do that anyway. We're going to avoid ranked play. We're going to do... I want this to be a deep dive on the casual experience of all three of these. And I know LMU is probably going to be the weakest in that category, in the casual side of things, because it's... Well, in my opinion, Rennsport and LMU are far more aligned in what type of sim they are than PMR. PMR covers a much wider range. Rick's in for some lobby racing. Yeah, you stay away. You're too fast. So what do we want to see first? PMR, Rennsport, or LMU? You're working with youth and thinking about opening up a sim racing cafe in Metro Atlanta? I'm all for it. I say do it up. Do it up. I found out there's a local place to me similar to that, where it's you go in there essentially and you just race on their sims. So it's like an arcade, but it's sim racing. I might go check it out, but So okay, I have 3 recommendations from 3 different people, and so we're 1-1-1 right now. I say absolutely do it. Youth especially, man, because youth is so malleable. It's so easy for the youth to the youths to pick up bad habits. So, you know, most of adulthood is reverse engineering the bad habits you picked up as a kid, or at least a younger age. So, choose both. Awesome. None of you guys are helping right now. All right. I'm going to make up an order then. I'm going to save LMU for last. Because I think of these 3 games, LMU is objectively the go-to for GT3 experience. Although, personally, I think it has the worst force feedback of the 3. Even, I might even think Rennsport has the best force feedback. I really have to pay attention to that, honestly. But I'm going to save LMU for last because it is definitely the much more preferred GT3 setup. So, there's no reason to be scared to type. I want people to talk. That's why I like the live thing. If not, I would just pre-record everything. And it's far more fun to talk to people. Ooh, grades-based incentive? That's pretty cool. Rennsport, LMU, PMR. So most of the responses are PMR. It's mixed, but it seems the majority number is PMR. So, okay, so what I'll do is this. I'll do PMR first, then I'll do Rennsport, and then I'll do LMU. Exactly, Brian. That's the order I'm going to do it in. What's my favorite between Ren and PMR? Well, we're going to determine the GT3 experience for that first. As a full-fledged game, PMR is better than both of these other titles because there's so much more to do. But my focus today is not the game as a whole, is the GT3 racing experience from a more casual perspective. Not a die-hard ranked, I gotta be the best in the world. I am a regular Joe jumping into sim racing. I want to have a good time, and the only reason LMU is in this is because, like I said, if you're just coming in, LMU has plans to go to console. So the point is that these are going to be 3 console titles that are focused more on sim racing and not arcade racing. PMR will definitely trigger the YouTube algorithm as of right now. Unfortunately, it will trigger more hate than anything else, but my goal is to, this is where it sucks. My goal is not to get locked into one game with sim racing. My goal is to lock myself into sim racing. Gear, kit, games, live streaming, all of the above. So, I want Gran Turismo, which is never going to happen, to come to PC. Because I want to play Gran Turismo. In my opinion, there is a big part of Gran Turismo that I will miss, and that is building streetcars to compete with your friends and pure who knows what's going to happen. I'm going to miss that about Gran Turismo. So for that alone, if all the ranked racing, the GT3, all the race car stuff got stuck in Sony land and just the street cars from Gran Turismo came into PC world, that's the only reason I would care about Gran Turismo in its separate state. You know, we have so much GT3 great simulators, so many. Making another game that just, like, in my opinion, this is what kills Rennsport. LMU. Everybody says, "Oh, what's the point of PMR's existence with all of these other sims?" Play it. Spend hours into it. You will learn real quick. It shines in a lot of departments that other games don't have. However, Rennsport only has what every other sim has. So the real question should be, what purpose does Rennsport have right now? You know? PMR hate is insane. It's really insane. Like, most of the comments I get in my videos are PMR hate, which is fine. Let it out. Let it out. But I can tell you this as someone who's me. If you want an interaction with me, it's probably going to be trying to stay on the positive side in general, regardless of what we're doing. If you just come in spewing negativity, I'm probably not going to reply to your comment. I'm 38. I'm not 18. I don't get rage baited, you know? So what I want to do too is I want to pick the same car in all. And I think we're going to go with the Aston Martin again. Or maybe... Now, let's... I either want to... It's funny because I have this... If it were Rennsport, if it weren't for Rennsport, I'd be using the Mustang. But Rennsport and all of their Rennsportiness, you had to pre-order the game to get the Mustang. I would give them my real money. Not a lot, but I would give them my real money to go be able to buy the Mustang in the Rennsport store, but I can't. It's not there. Please not the Stang again. Okay. Honestly, the car drives great. And I think it sounds great. That's the biggest reason for using any of these cars. So, all right. AMG. C8 is good, but it has your lift-off oversteer issues that are prominent. That they need to really dial the cars in and make them all very comparable. You can tweak it, but I want to get in cars and not do any adjustments. Outside of maybe putting a soft tire on them. That's about it. Alright, we'll stick with Aston Green. Bug Oil just subscribed. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Partnering with esport crews like FaZe as they went downhill didn't help. Car crash PR. Yeah, I am pro Rennsport in the focusing on esports. However, you need to build a good game first. Bring people wanting to play your game, or at the very least, make the game comparable to others. No focusing on microtransaction liveries, and then work towards esports. I want esports. Not because I think I'm going to be the next great thing. Thank you for the sub, Christian River. Appreciate it. But because that's where Gran Turismo stands alone. Stands alone. The strive to be the next sim racing real deal. You could say iRacing, but that's where you go to really matter. But at the end of the day, you knock on the door through Gran Turismo. Alright, so what track? I don't want to do Monza. That's the only thing. And I think that's the only track that I know across all three. I really wanted to do some 24-hour Nürburgring, but LMU doesn't have that. I guess we could do Spa. Does Rennsport have Spa? I don't remember. I know LMU, and obviously this does. I'm gonna do the Ring, because in my opinion, there is no better track for finding a car's flaws than the Ring. Nordschleife, to be specific. I actually don't... It's funny. I know the Nordschleife very well. I don't know the 24-hour GT track at all. So I go around that like a... It's pretty soft. But the Nordschleife, I pretty much have my pace dialed in. And when it comes to, like, my preferences on driving, I'm a lot like, what's his name? Misha. I love the Nordschleife. In my opinion, when you get used to the Nordschleife, no other track can compare. From a fun standpoint. Does LMU have Spa? I will say Friday I will be diving into AC Evo. I'm just hoping for stability. That's where the game is so... 0.3 is so jank. Just problems galore. You know? I'll just Google it. Yes, LMU has Spa? Okay, cool. Spa it is. I really don't want to do Monza. I'm just over Monza as a track. So, all right, let's do 5 laps. We're going to do no AI right now. We're going to just do strictly driving the car around the track. See how it feels. Do summer. We want as much traction as possible. We want to keep the tires warm. And that is, like I've said it many times so far, they definitely need to add an assist checkbox to this to turn off tire temps. For reasons like right now. I want to compare the physics of the cars, not the tire models. So give me peak grip the whole time. I don't have to warm the tires up and they don't overheat. I know it's not realistic. I get that. But from a testing standpoint, testing suspensions, everything, you need to be able to rule out, because I can tell you as someone who does this in real life, not with cars, but with bikes, you need to be able to rule out anomalies to properly test something that you're changing. It's very hard to test suspension when your tire is changing. You know? So, because like in the motorcycle world, a street tire, brand new, will get you better initial traction than, say, a drag radial that's old. Pretty much all tires are like this. But the point is, that's a tire anomaly that will stop me from being able to properly figure out the shock and what the shock likes if the tire is changing. So anyway, tires. Let's go right to the softs. Let's not waste any time. Drive.
Yeah, good start. Remember to keep the nose clean. It's turn 1.
I'll turn that Streamlabs thing off. I was curious how aggressive that was going to be or not. Oh, that's H pattern. I was curious how aggressive cause it said it stops spamming of all capital, but if you're only going to do it once and it's going to stop you, then I got to turn that off. Let me actually go do that right now. Let me pause this quick. Real quick, go live. Or face live. CloudBot. Excessive amount of emotes. Alright, restrict viewers from spamming all caps messages to chat. Turn that off. Alright, that shouldn't do that anymore. Hopefully. Yeah, it's there to... It's basically, I have some of the Streamlabs stuff I have active is really to prevent botting. And bots have a very big tendency of, you know... spamming emojis and caps. Alright, so let's try this again now. Here we go.
Good luck, mate.
We're gonna do 5 laps, see what my fastest lap is. Hopefully I'm consistent enough to be consistent. We're also gonna run TC defaults. Man, it's a shame that LMU's force feedback is so lackluster. Because that felt great. Just that first turn right there was a better experience than all of LMU's, what do you call it? Force feedback. When you get any kind of tire slip, like front end tire slip in LMU, I braked way too early there. You lose all basically force feedback. Alright, so this first lap doesn't matter. We're just warming the tires up. So this is Project Motor Racing's attempt at comparing to LMU and Rennsport. And I'm driving on the softer side, not going for lap records here. I'm just going for casual, how does this car drive around this track? Now, one thing I will say is, because it gets a lot of flack, are the sounds that come from the car in PMR. While accurate, because race cars don't sound good, I've said this before, from the sake of it being, that was terrible, from the sake of pleasing the human ear, I would tone down some of the gear whine and some of the brake squeal and boost up some of the engine sound. Because that's what people like. It's not accurate, because if anybody's ever driven anything remotely close to a race car, there's a lot of ugly sounds that are in the audio. So this does a great sound, or a great job of capturing just how noisy and ugly race cars sound. But the problem with that is, most people don't understand that. And it tends to sort of ruin the driving experience for your game. There have been no patches since last week's Friday patch. So nothing's been added yet. Alright, I gotta stop at the 100 meter. That was terrible. Well, we got 5 laps to kind of quick learn the car. Remember, I'm not a GT3 driver, so I have less than 0 experience with this, as you can clearly see. If I really wanted to do this right for my skill level, I would be turning the line on right now. But I hate the line. I feel like it's like running GPS when you're trying to figure out where you're going. You don't learn where you're actually going with GPS. That's kind of why I don't like running the line. I'm sort of using the tire rubber on the ground as somewhat of a guide. In my opinion, that's how you should learn. And then figure out the braking zones based off actual landmarks. If, of course, they don't have a numbered meter sign. Yep. Yeah, we got it. I wanted to see if my wide open throttle line would make that in bounds, and it didn't. So that was a 226 with a, is that a 226 or a 231? We're gonna find out. All right, remember, 100 meter braking zone right here. That was still a little early. This is a good sounding car though. Like, that's the thing, right? If they just boost up the engine audio a little bit or mute the gear whine a little bit, this would be a very enjoyable audio that most people wouldn't even recognize as whether it's accurate or inaccurate, even though in real life, if you've ever driven a sequential transmission car or anything like that, it's all you hear is the gear whine. Doesn't matter how loud the engine is. Like, I can tell this has a nice exhaust note or a nice engine note, but it's obviously masked by the excessive gear whine. Again, that's accurate, but it's unappealing. Alright, so that was still in, so 2 tires in the tarmac keeps that legal. Oh, late braking again there. Oh, we're in neutral. There's gotta be a setting to turn off the ability to go into neutral on the paddles. Unless you're stopped, you know? So that was a 2:25.6. So that is our best lap so far. It felt the best until towards the end there where I started making some more jarring mistakes. How much FPS am I getting on PC? I run 2x frame gen on this particular game. But with 2x frame gen, I'm averaging about 200. But I'm getting natively about, with no cars on track, I get between 120 and 150 on average. Max settings, by the way. But I'm also on a 5090, so not exactly the, and I'm on a 98, I have 9800X3D as well. So, again, grain of salt on the frame rate experience. And the only reason I run Frame Gen 2X is because I have a 144 Hz panel, and I never want my frame rate to drop below what I can actually see. So, and I actually think it's a great tech. It's on right now, Frame Gen. There is zero input issue, very, very minimal artifacting. There is artifacting. It's like a ghosting artifact. It's not quite considered ghosting, but the artifact that happens is sort of like the way Frame Gen works. It's a predictive model for frames. So to do that, it'll register a frame or renders a frame in front of it, a fake frame, as everybody complains about. But that's kind of how it works. So you see instead of a trail image, you see a predicted image instead. So this lap is aiming to be slower. So just a very slight roll off the throttle right there is what that takes. So our fastest lap is still the last lap, 2:25.6. This is our last lap. We already went past the initial braking zone there, so off to a great start. But it's not just about like a lap time here. That's not necessarily what we're testing. We're just keeping note of that. Alright, this time we gotta brake late. It honestly feels like we should be stopping at the 75 meter, based off how that just felt. Oh, yeah, we foobarred it. All right, so 225.9 was our best lap. For the most part, the car felt kind of the same. The variations in laps is more me than anything else. I am by far, it would take someone, you know, a James Baldwin level person or someone who's really consistent on, say, a sim to really do this particular comparison. But I'm doing this comparison for the sake of being a casual who's not the best GT3 racer. Jumping into these, how do these compare? So now, looks pretty similar to your PS5 graphics since the update. It will on stream. You have to understand the stream dumbs things down and you can't really see a lot of what's going on there. Remember, my stream, even though it says 1440p, it's not real 1440p. It's a compressed 1440p. And everything I'm seeing on here is natively rendered at 1440p and then upscaled to 4K. Whereas PS5 is far below that. But those are things, and not to mention too, even though I'm seeing 144 frames right there, you're only seeing 60. That's just part of the stream. You know? So, let's see. Graphics look sharp on your PC, Bill. Honestly, contemplating getting PC for sim racing and work. I mean, if there's more than a reason to just game, then there's no reason not to get a PC, in my opinion. Mod store and used high downforce one made it feel better. I'm sure it will. So now what we're gonna do is let's get off PMR because I'm gonna do cycle these tests. And then we're not gonna do any AI for this one. We're gonna do the exact same thing we just did, and we're gonna do that in Rennsport. And I agree, no radar is a problem. It will be, I think it is, from what I've been reading in the Discord, it sounds like that's going to be like in their next patch. We'll see. Alright, let me jump into Rennsport now, and first I'm going to use a little boy's room. One thing I don't like about Rennsport, they adopted the sign-in model from good old Forza, where you gotta put your password in if you like clear the cache at all on your computer. Make sure you have to re-put your password in every time you get on the game. Let's check out the patch notes. Yeah, whatever. Let's redirect me here. Oh, that's bright. Let's get my face off the screen for now to read this. All right. So this is Rennsport's patch that was released today. This is their second patch since release. So they are technically one patch in front of Project Motor Racing, but I don't care. Content's content. Keep on doing this stuff. Patch notes, update 1.1.5. Crashes. Fixed a crash on consoles that could happen when the player selects open free camera from pit screen during a quick session, official contest, or while watching a replay. AI. Fix an issue with AI lap time sometimes being unrealistic. Now that seems like that applies across the board, although I don't know what they consider to be unrealistic. Was it just AI just way too fast? Was it inconsistent? I don't know. Rearview mirror. Increased mirror resolution on all consoles. Does not apply to my experience. Increased mirror draw distance on all consoles. Again, does not apply to my experience. adjusted mirror sky color to improve the visual fidelity, fix an issue where the rear view in-car mirror and the virtual rear view mirror show different distances. Graphics, enabled smooth distance fade for grass for consoles, again doesn't apply to me. Increased console grass full distance and decreased overall density, doesn't apply to me again. Improved fade and cull distance for all platforms, okay. That is nice. Increased object cull distance scale to 100% for consoles. Again, doesn't apply to me. So far we've only got like 2 actual changes that'll apply to my experience. Gameplay. Fix an issue where after you finished an online race, you were not able to spectate or exit the race results screen. When you cross the finish line now, the results screen will show after 3 seconds, through which you will be able to spectate or exit the ongoing session. Fix an issue where you would be put into first gear when using auto transmission when pressing the throttle while waiting for the race to start, resulting in a false start. Okay. Fix an issue where if disabled the virtual mirror, it would just be a black bar. Fix an issue where the driveline assist was not always visible even though it was enabled in single player. Penalties. Fix an issue where penalties were applied on transitions between race stages. The UI can still show the penalty as applied, but this is only visual and has no effect on the gameplay. So they have fixed it, I guess. Quick session, remove the BOP screen, balance of power screen. UI, fix an issue where the lap count was sometimes missing the stage results screen. Fix an issue where the player position marker on the minimap didn't allow the actual car position and automatically inverted in certain sections during time trial. Fix an issue where the wrong way indicator incorrectly displayed after passing the first turn on Orchard Road Street Circuit. Store. This is a big one in my opinion. This at least shows their course correcting, clearly because of it's more of a damage control, but it's whatever. Changed livery pricing in the store to $100 for normal and $150 for dynamic liveries. Everyone who purchased a livery with the old pricing will keep their access to it and get a full refund for their spent Rennsport dollars added to their account. So I believe they were $500 before. Settings. Fix an issue where changes to the NVIDIA reflex settings were not saved. Xbox. Updated incorrect terminology using the start engine icon in the controller image. Known issues. Players can re-enter the track from spectator view after a race. They are visible for others but don't have any collision. If the player spectates their own car when a race is over, their car will appear in the rubber band and appear to be rubber banding. Game crash in Xbox when the player tries to watch the same replay twice. Okay, got it. Thanks for the update. So now you know. Let's see. I have an old 1080 TV. It's definitely not utilizing performance of PS5, but the visual stuttering on is big on PS5 during the race. PC quality is more stable and sharp. The recent update helped a bit. Yeah, the radar has been internally testing. Bell didn't state it has coming next patch, but was saying it's very close. I assume next patch. I saw a comparison video PMR with GT7 and there was no comparison. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say on PS5, Gran Turismo is going to look substantially better. As of right now, anyway. Based off how it is on PC. Gamer has exciting Year 1 DLC and a McLaren Ferrari get in the game and continue updating it to improve. The state of the game will be very fun. I have no doubt that inside of a year, Project Motor Racing is going to be a phenomenal, fully fleshed out game. The problem is, will the day one damage hurt the game in the long run? Or will we have a Cyberpunk situation where the game is hard at start, based off of, in which Cyberpunk was far worse day one than PMR was, and it was still able to recover. So we'll see. Rennsport, if they add 50 more cars over the next year, we'll start picking it up. It's very bare bones, yes. I would say it definitely has less bugs and crashes. There's also way less game to have bugs. So, I guess time trial. But here's the thing. I don't think time trials allow you to run assists. I could be wrong. I meant to run the AMG last one too, and I didn't, but oh well. Select track. Right here, right in front of my face. All right, let me see if time trial runs assists. Because I want to say time trial turns off all TC and everything. I go on track. Let's see, do I have TC? All right, so TC's there, so we'll see what happens. Let's restart it, though, because I don't remember what the... All right. All right, so this is now Rennsport, and we're doing the exact same thing. We're going to do up to 5 laps and see how the physics are in this game, how the car feels in this game, and we'll talk at the end after we compare all 3 games. I will say this game is smoother. This game is getting a locked 144 frames right now. There's no frame gen on. They need to get rid of the blue hueing. It really, really pulls me out visually. I might be able to take that wide open throttle in this particular game. PMR, I have to roll out of the throttle to make that. All right, so let's try 100 meters here, see what happens. All right, so braking zone is comparable, PMR to Rennsport. Drifted out, wasn't trying to. Not worried about the lap being technically legal or not. Again, I'm still going to compare the times, my own times. That's all I care about. I'm not trying to compare to anybody else, just myself. I will say, right off the rip, now, I think this drives a little better than PMR. However, me thinking it drives better could be tainted by the fact that I think it drives substantially easier. And people... Oh, I shouldn't have braked right there. Not like that anyway. People have a habit of liking things they're better at. It's human nature. So my driving in this right now that is making me like it more, like I said, could be tainted by the fact that I think this feels substantially easier to drive. So what'd we just run for a lap time right there? 2:27. So we're 2 seconds off our pace. Or 1.5 seconds, it looks like. But we made some decent mistakes. I want to see if we can do this at wide open with no lift. Yep. I can actually probably do a little less steering too. This car doesn't slide at all by comparison to PMR. It is substantially easier to drive. Oh, I knew it. Just trying some things here. Yeah, I turned in, didn't lift off throttle, nothing. Nope, missed that. I will say though, we just tied our lap from PMR. Neither lap was legal. Well, we've already messed this lap up. Alright, so I'll use this lap then to do some chatting, since clearly our lap time is not going to be anywhere close. I feel like Rennsport has too much grip. It's not an F1 car. So like right here, watch. Alright, so that was too far in. I was just curious how much I could cut into that corner right there. But I can do that at wide open throttle, and I can steer through it relatively easy. I don't have to be precise. Braked early there. See, this is where it's hard to figure out, right? Because this experience driving, I would say, is objectively better than PMR, at least in a GT3 car. But it's because it's substantially easier. So, the problem is, without driving this car in real life on this track in this exact scenario, nobody knows what's real and what's not. If this is how the car should drive, or if PMR captures how the car should drive. Which is better? While it's not as realistic audio-wise, this sounds better. But simply because we have filtered out a lot of the gear whine and boasted up the engine noise. Which is what Gran Turismo does. Gran Turismo has almost no drivetrain noise whatsoever. Because it's just ugly. Drivetrain noise is ugly, but it's realistic. So, in the realism department, comparing Rennsport directly to PMR, oh, braked way too early right there. I would say PMR definitely wins on the realism scale. But does it win on the enjoyment scale? I could make the argument, at least in a GT3 car right now, this is more fun. Because like I said, it's just easier. And no matter how easy it gets, I am pretty bad. And I just totaled my car. So that's a great way to end this one. I'm not comparing solely on lap times. I'm just using them as a reference point for myself. For example, ironically, both games, Rennsport and Project Motor Racing, I went 225.8. I believe it was 225.8 in PMR. I'll have to look when I review the footage. But I believe I ran the damn near the exact same lap time in very, very different feeling setups. So, that 225.8, while I did drift out, that was my only real mistake in that 225 lap. I don't think my time would have changed. It just would have counted as a real lap. That was a disqualified lap because I went out of the lines. However, that was way easier than Project Motor Racing's 225.8. 225.8, I'm doing a lot more in Project Motor Racing. That there feels more like a video game. It feels good, though. I like it. I enjoyed it. But it was, objectively speaking, much easier than Project Motor Racing. But overall, if I'm being completely honest, I enjoyed both. No complaints about either experience right there. I could, if I wanted to nitpick, I would say Rennsport has too much grip, Project Motor Racing doesn't have enough grip. Right in the middle, in my opinion, is kind of where that car should be. Based off of never driving that car, never driving on Spa, but having driven a lot of things in life and understanding the real-life physics of a lot of things, having spent 20 plus years in racing, real racing. So, grain of salt on what I say that car should do, but based off of my experience again in real life, both games are missing where that car should be in terms of realism, in terms of traction. It should be right in the middle. Rennsport, way too much grip. Project Motor Racing, I feel like when I'm on softs, I'm actually on hards. That makes sense. Everyone wants realism until realism isn't entertaining, and I agree. I agree. A solid balance of both is where you need to be, which is where I kind of stand on sound, audio sound. Project Motor Racing is a love-or-hate game, it seems, in the community when it comes to its audio. And the reality is, so far, it is the most realistic audio because it's got a lot of ugly in it. And ugly is in the real stuff. Gear whine, terrible sound. Terrible sound. Go drive a sequential anything. All you hear is gear whine. The whole time. The faster you go, the louder the gear whine gets. And it's terrible sounding. But it's real. Alright. Next up. I'll learn alphabetical order here soon. LMU. How many people are... I'm on PC, Marcus, and how many people are currently playing? Well, let's do this. Let's check. Nothing, my racing in real life was, not like this. I'll say that. My disciplines, I would say, would be street cars and motorcycles. But physics are physics. Obviously, a street car isn't going to do what a race car can do laterally, and braking, but physics are still physics. That the physics are not something that a game has to worry about capturing because the real life captures physics. So, based off the speed of those cars, what they're doing. Now, if that was an F1 car, Rennsport, that's perfect. Like I'm telling you, when I say that was easy to do, there was no audio cue of, like, say, tire squeal or, like, I'm breaking grip. There was no force feedback effect of breaking grip. There was nothing there telling me I was even close to the limit of those tires, which is unrealistic. So anyway, Project Motor Racing. Oh my God, typos. Of course GT cars feel much different than race cars. I'm not saying they don't. But I'm saying the real world physics don't go away because you're in a race car. So as of right now, 213 people are on Steam playing Project Motor Racing. Rennsport 64. Ouch. LMU. Yeah. 3,881. So clearly, this is more popular. So, and this will also be, in my opinion, our sim racing benchmark, which is why this is also in here as well. Even though everybody will argue till they're blue in the face what the benchmark is, and the reality is everyone's arguing about something that they've never done. So no one fully knows unless they've physically done the exact same car, the exact same weather, the exact same track, the exact same tires, the exact same suspension settings. You get where I'm going with this? Nobody knows until they've done that exactly. And that's why sim development is not that easy. Race weekend. Do we get time trials in this or no? I have very little time in this. Do we have time trials in LMU or no? Yes, this is why this test is perfect for James Baldwin. But what I think James Baldwin should do is the exact same thing that I'm doing here and compare all of the games back to back and not one game at a time. So, the reason why I ask and we can do time trials is because I don't want the AI getting in my way. So, it has to give lap times. Practice has to give lap times, right? How do you not have like a time trial or at least a way to just practice? Doesn't that even have to necessarily be... I mean, yes, it says practice right there. But if I don't want the vultures of the AI being in my way... Unselect GT3, what? So if I do that, I can race with no cars? Is that what you're saying? Gotcha. All right. So then... Does practice show lap times? I would imagine it does. Give this a shot and see if it shows it. So... I'm going to use this sim as the opinion of what a car should feel like on this track doing this. Because what I said is, I think it's in the middle. I think it should be in the middle. The real-life car will probably fall somewhere in the middle of those grips. I would say it would be closer to PMR, because it felt so unrealistic how much grip that car just had in Rennsport. It felt great to drive. For the same reason that F125 feels great to drive. Incredible amounts of grip. So anyway. Oh, I always mess this up. Alright, I got it. Pulled out without hitting the wall. We're off to a good start. Alright, so this here is LMU. And this is going to be our standard for how we think a car should feel. A GT3 car in particular. Well, that already feels better than Rennsport because it was hard. That felt much more in line with PMR. In terms of how much harder that car is to drive through the Eau Rouge, or however you actually say that. So remember, this is not a lap time, this is just... See, that's what I objectively don't like about LMU, those force feedback. When the front tires start to lose grip, you lose an aggressive amount of feedback. Like, see, like, there's nothing there because I'm losing grip. It comes back when the grip comes back, but the force feedback fall off shouldn't be that aggressive. I got to adjust the view on this. This is not the easiest cockpit. Yeah, see, I don't like that. Now, according to this, our tires are... Well, the front tires are warm. I probably should have done Rennsport last. Rennsport has... Whew. Honestly, the force feedback's not bad. It's really just the steering feedback that falls off so aggressively with limited front tire grip. I know that will happen in real life, but like that is... You still have grip. That's the biggest thing that drives me nuts in a lot of sim racing, is the lack of grip after the loss of full grip. Tires have grip the whole time. The whole time. Alright, so let's roll off here. See, I can't... My biggest problem is I can't see right now. I gotta adjust this view. I think for now we're gonna do this. Not realistic, but I don't care. I need to be able to see where I'm going. Braking way too early there. You can definitely tell that I'm the worst at LMU of these three because I don't play it at all. And they all always feel different. Which is how you know no sim developer fully knows how a car should handle. Because they all feel different. Try and hold this lock. Not even close. If I held that lock, that would have drifted right out. Oof. 5 seconds slower than both the other sims. So, in, over, roll off throttle. We did it, but it was ugly. I can literally go around that locked with ease in Rennsport. Actually slower this lap, too. Butchered that. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's a good place to end that one, too. All right, so.
That time was a 2:41.6.
All right, quit to main menu. Let's review quick. All right, so my at least solo experience, no AI racing, between Project Motor Racing, Rennsport, and LMU. I would say LMU. I was using LMU because, one, it's coming up to console, supposedly in 2026, and two, it would be more of a deciding factor of this is what the target is. This is what our goal is. So using LMU, Le Mans Ultimate, as the benchmark, I would say I have the least amount of time in it, as you can see here, 4 hours. Not a whole lot of playtime in it. However, it's definitely the hardest of the three. Now, mind you, I didn't check tires. I didn't even think to look at anything like that on... Anyway, I didn't even think to look at anything like that on Le Mans Ultimate. I just played what was given to me right off the rip. I turned off some of the assists, but that was about it. I think we were on pace to do a 2:29 right there before I spun out in the last turn, which was 4 seconds off the pace of what I ran in Rennsport and PMR. Now, jumping over to PMR, I have the most amount of time in that game, and I would say I'm arguably, of the three, the best at it, and I went a 2:25.8, or roundabouts in that time frame, a high 2:25. And it was a bit of a struggle to get there. It wasn't like LMU where I'm just way off the pace because I don't really know the physics of the game. But then when I got in Rennsport, I went essentially the same lap time effortlessly because the car is so much easier to drive. So, in my opinion, actually, I think, now this could be jaded by the fact that I have the most time in PMR, but I would say I originally thought LMU would probably fall kind of in the middle of the physics in terms of how well the cars grip in between PMR and Rennsport. It actually feels like LMU has even less grip than PMR, and Rennsport is just that much further down the road of it not being realistic because it's too easy. So, while I don't think that's Rennsport's weakness right now, because anybody can race anything as long as the cars are equal, it really doesn't matter. Rennsport has a lot of other things to focus on. However, comparing specifically GT3 race cars going around Spa, in order of difficulty, I would say it would be LMU, then PMR, and then Rennsport. In order of the most fun, I would say it would be Rennsport, PMR, and then LMU, but the fun factor gets brought in and raised up in the reverse order because typically the easier something is to do, the more fun it is. However, if I spent 1,000 hours in LMU and got really good at LMU, I would say that would probably be the most fun, because now I'm decent at it and the skill gap is way higher than the barrier of entry. Whereas the Rennsport barrier of entry, I mean, I'm nothing special at Rennsport. I don't play that either. And I was able to go that much faster. And the whole time I'm like, wow, this car drives like it's on rails. I can't even hear any sign of tire loss, nothing. So I would say in that aspect alone, I think PMR is the solid balance point of where a game to have fun but also be challenging should be. LMU is more challenge, less focus on fun. Rennsport's more focused on fun, less focused on challenge. But competition always creates challenge, so grain of salt. But anyway, that's my solo experience, just doing time trials in all three. Next, we're going to jump into AI racing, and we'll see how that goes. So, now, we're going to jump over to Project Motor Racing again, and we're going to throw AI on the track, and we're going to do the exact same thing. And we're going to recycle all of those again. But, mind you, I'm sure there's plenty more to configure in LMU that I didn't bother doing that might have attributed to helping me get around Spa a little bit faster. But the point is, I wanted to show jumping in the game and just running laps. What's it like? Rennsport's way too easy, in my opinion. And LMU should be the most difficult. You sitting in the back seat? Yeah, I know, right? It's not that as far as the tires and the steering loss, it's not the losing steering when starting to lose grip. It's the fact that when I start to lose grip, I lose almost all steering and all force feedback. Mostly primarily force feedback. It's too aggressive. It goes from I'm turning in to there goes the tires, and I haven't lost that level of grip yet. The only time you should fully lose force feedback and steering is when you completely if ABS was off and I completely lock up the front tires. Now I have no grip. And that is one of the bigger complaints about a lot of sim racing, is the tire models' lack of grip after losing full grip. Because that is something that I think a lot of people don't need to drive a race car on to understand how that works. When you start to lose, so you get to peak grip, so the limit of what the tire can do at peak grip. When you go past that, you don't just lose grip. It doesn't just go away. You're not on ice. You still have a boatload of grip. In fact, you have the same level of grip you had before. You're just past that limit of what can actually hold the road. But the point is, the tires are trying to get back to that limit. Now, the only time you completely lose grip is when you lock up the tires with no ABS. And that there felt like with ABS on, I was locking up my tires, but I still had tire grip. That's the point I'm trying to make with that. Whether that's tire model, whether that's force feedback, whatever that is, I felt that drop-off was way too aggressive in LMU. LMU GT3 cars are slower than the other GT3 cars because of their specs, though. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. Part of that is probably a factor, because I don't think that I was 4 seconds slower from a driver standpoint. I could definitely see 2 of those seconds being mistakes that I was making, and then the other 2 potentially being the car specs. But I think we all can agree I objectively drove the LMU GT3 the worst of the three. And I drove the Rennsport car the best. Because it's the easiest. So we're going to do the same thing. The way the AI scales in GT3, I think I'm going to go 75% for this demonstration. We'll do a 20 car grid. Keep it simple. Don't need a full grid to test this. Confirm. This screen right here, traveling the track, is the online ranked plays biggest kryptonite for people right now. They never know what's going to happen. Alright, so as per usual, medium, or softs, sorry. No changes to the car. PMR in its raw state. Okay, so, for those just tuning in, we are back on Project Motor Racing. We are doing the same test we just did, 5 laps, in this case it's a race, on Spa, with the Aston GT3 car. This time we have a 20 car AI grid, and we're starting in last place. We're going to test the exact same thing, but how AI responds to me being on the track.
Good luck, mate.
I will say, I know it's just because of my time in the game, but I feel back at home right now. That resolution there, the debris, that needs to get fixed. That's like not even 480p. That was like 360p resolution. So it's stuff like that that needs to get changed for when it comes to graphics. Sorry, buddy. And as far as a force feedback notion is concerned, I know PMR is in a very negative place right now in the community, but I objectively like, or subjectively, whichever, I like PMR's the best. What I've experienced today right now so far, I think LMU's is the worst. I'm not alone in that. I don't think it's bad. Don't get that mistaken. I don't think it's bad. It has the most jarring things happening that I don't like. Like I said, the traction under braking, or the force feedback under braking. And currently, right now, I can't complain about how this AI is running. So, for those of you who don't have this game and are worried about the AI, at least in GT3, this is 75%. Like that guy I just passed temporarily, he could have binned me right off the track, kind of like he just did right there. He should have the first time, in my opinion, because I cut him off. And you know what the worst part is? I don't want to defend the game, I want to critique the game. But right now I feel like I have to defend it because I think the critiquing is a bit insane. Because it's far from a perfect product, but it's got incredible bones, and this could be, like, in my opinion, inside of a year's time, one of the best sims, period. Doesn't matter what you're playing it on. The exact crossbreed of, like, say, a Gran Turismo and an LMU, where there's a lot of things to do, the simulation is great, and it's just fun. But I'm worried that the early, between the hype train, the delivery, and then the way everybody handled it, kind of like crybabies in my opinion, I don't know if the game will recover. I hope it does, though. I hope it does. I want it to. As long as the devs actually push updates and make this game good, the game deserves to recover. It deserves a chance. Well, there's that. I'm gonna do what you're not supposed to do. Just dive back out into the track. Alright, well, I'm not gonna land in last place. That's the goal now. Feel like we're losing some grip now because the tires are starting to get hot. What I've found in this game too, for like longer races, you should really select wintertime and then softs, or summertime and then mediums or hards, if you want to go the distance. Because I got a lot less grip right now than I did at the beginning of this. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know what the tire model should be like. But I don't mind an aggressive tire wear, tire temperature, all that stuff. I don't mind that. But I do think for casual use, if you're going to have an aggressive tire model like that, where tires overheat quick and stuff, you want a checkbox to be able to turn off all tire anomalies whatsoever and just run on peak grip the whole time. For casual use, remember, casual use. Keywords there. Not online ranked competitive play or anything like that. I'm talking about the average guy who just wants to get on and race his friends and not worrying about having to get good and adapt to changes on the fly inside the game. It's a very simple thing you can do. It doesn't take much to code in a checkbox and turn that off. It doesn't take much at all. They could do that inside of one patch. But I think it would be a nice feature to have for the casual gamer. Remember, at the end of the day, no matter what you want to call these, arcade game, a simcade game, a sim, a video game, it doesn't matter what you want to call it. Because at the end of the day, it's a game. It is pixels on a screen. It is not the real thing. Fun should always be the majority decision for why you do something. Now, there are obviously a lot of people in sim racing that are getting into it with the idea that they are going to be the next Martinborough or something like that, where they're going to be the next guy that Gran Turismo makes a movie about, or something along those lines. There's a lot of younger people with that mentality. But they are not the majority. The majority are people that want to have fun. They want to be competitive with their friends, but they just want to have a good time too. So it's always important, in my opinion, to have a wide range of features, which is why I was saying earlier about the AI. You don't have to run the AI at 100%. You're only just letting your ego get in the way of having fun. I'm about to be in 19th place with the AI at 75% because I spun out. Alright, last lap. Also, if you notice, my best lap so far is 2:23.9. But rightfully so, I forgot I stopped in the limiter. I should, based off of playtime and practice, this should be my fastest of the three. That was terrible. Like I said, for lap number 1, I felt at home again. Rennsport felt like a simulation of a simulation. It's a little too easy. Fun, a lot of fun, but a little too easy. LMU felt like I'd have to put 100 hours in to start making some decent laps. Which is fine. I'm totally okay with that. Practice makes perfect, as they say. But I think the barrier to entry is a lot higher on an LMU because of how much higher the skill gap is. And I really, really, really think PMR is a nice balance point of that. Lower barrier to entry, but still a challenge. They just have work to do, that's all. On all of the other things. But the core experience in this game is just... it's why I'm still playing it. I saw a comment on YouTube the other day on one of my videos that said, why are the small content creators still boasting up this blah 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 junk gamer? I'm paraphrasing. But it was a negative comment, of course, hating on the game and wondering why anybody is still talking positive about this, because the game is so bad. It's quite simple. Having fun. I'm 38 years old. Don't waste your time doing things that others want you to do that are not fun. Do what you want to do, that's fun. This is fun. I had a blast coming in 19th place. I think LMU is more hardcore. Of course it is, for sure. Invest time, get good. Of course, of course. But you have to understand, I'm just going to call you Duncan, even though I think there's an I at the end there. You have to understand, a lot of people live a stressful life, just working 9 to 5, whatever it is, whatever they're doing to exist on this planet. They want to get home. They want something that duplicates a competitive environment where they can only have to put in a couple hours and enjoy themselves. LMU, iRacing, these are games that you have to invest time into. And the average person doesn't have the time between family, work, and all that to jump on a game and get good. I get it. I understand the reward. I agree with you. The harder something is, the more rewarding it is to get good at it. 100% agree. But the average person just doesn't have the time for that. I have the time for it. But the average person does not. I'm self-employed. I make my own hours. The average person isn't self-employed. And thank you very much for the sub. Bobby Vegas, appreciate it, sir. You're 50 and this game is fun. It absolutely is. I think that's where this game shines over all of the other games. It's fun. Even with the... Here's the thing. Why do you think so many people are playing it despite still complaining about the bugs? Because they're having fun. The bugs are just interrupting their fun. I can assure you, while Rennsport, that little solo stint I did there, it was fun. If that game had bugs, that were the game would crash. I mean, I'm already not playing it, but I would just put it down and not play it. Project Motor Racing, when it crashes, I'm back inside the game within 2 minutes because I want to. If you learn to trailer the car, of course. None of that is what I'm saying about, you know, the whole getting good or what and stuff like that, or how you get good. It's the time and just in general, how much time it takes, you know? I like the LMU driving experience. I do. It's clearly, of the three, the most hardcore, you know? But, you know. Yeah, but here's the thing. You're saying Ian Bell is to blame. He sold it as the best in AI, physics, and tire model. Well, in my opinion is this. It seems like the sentiment towards Ian Bell prior to this release was don't trust Ian Bell. So as far as I'm concerned, if you're one of those people that didn't trust Ian Bell and decided to throw your lot in and trust him and then was disappointed when what he said wasn't correct, you're your own worst enemy. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. As far as I'm concerned, all of the Ian Bell hate, where people were like, oh, typical Ian Bell, it's all Ian Bell's fault. You're blaming, you have yourself to blame for actually being frustrated by that, because I didn't know who Ian Bell was. I still don't know who Ian Bell is, outside of his attachment to Project Motor Racing, and now Project Cars, obviously. The point is I was looking forward to this game. And I never read a single thing from Ian Bell. Period. I couldn't care less about Ian Bell. He's a name. If there was 100 people walking on the sidewalk, I couldn't tell you which one was Ian Bell. If there was 10 people, I couldn't tell you which one was Ian Bell. It's frustrating when the game gets relegated to the name of Ian Bell, because Ian Bell didn't make the game. He might have been a hype man, he might have been a CEO, or a higher up person inside the company, but he did not make the game. His team did. And the game is a lot of fun. Agreed, overhyped, without a doubt. They hype too much. But like, look what's happening now with AC Evo 0.4. I saw the videos come out today, overhyping it. What do we honestly think the hype versus success ratio of AC Evo 0.4 is going to be? Is everybody going to crazy hype it and then it be a disappointment, or is everybody going to crazy hype it and it live up to that hype? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to check it out on day one. I'm going into it blind, not reading into hype, and I might have a good time. But there's a good chance if I fall into the hype train, I'm going to be disappointed. Everybody needs to form their own conclusions. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to any big YouTuber. Don't listen to Ian Bell. Don't listen to CEOs. Don't listen to Elon Musk about Tesla. Don't listen to anything. Form your own conclusions with your own experience. Because at the end of the day, your own personal experience is always more important to you than anybody else's experience, because it's your experience. When I've done something in life that 10 out of 10 times I've gotten a certain conclusion, and someone else with their own experience tells me that their conclusion is the polar opposite, okay, I respect your opinion, but I'm going to set sideline with my conclusion because it's what my conclusion is every time. If I'm having fun with this game, nobody else is going to tell me if the game's fun or not. Period. And vice versa. If you're not having a good time, no one's going to tell you the game is fun, and you believe them. Your experience dictates, but you have to go by your experience and not someone else's. Screw Ian Bell. I have no idea who he is. He's a guy. It's a name on a spreadsheet to me. Alright. Back on track. Literally. Alright, so we're still on Spa, I think. Nope, it shows a ring. We're going to do that as a supplemental test, too. I wish we could do the Nürburgring on LMU. Is there any ETA on when the rings come into LMU? Out of curiosity. Am I blind to where you set the total AI? I want like 20 cars again. There we go. Oh, 12 it is. It's not coming. Oh well. All right, here we go. AI test, same race, Rennsport. Nice ball, got the start. All right. Whoa, I don't know what that's. Yep, I know. That's me. Oh, okay. All right, let's start now. It's a great start. Let's see how this AI runs. I have no idea how they're set, by the way. Oh, too much. This is definitely more of a point and shoot game. Why? He was so hard on the brakes right there. Dude, this one Porsche is going to stop me from catching anybody else. Jeez, kept on sliding. Sorry, buddy. Nope. We're going to start this over. I just don't like the way that lap started, so... I guess I exit the main menu. Single race, quick session. Start quick session. Let's do that again. Let's just start that over. That was a rough start. Alright. Here we go. Let's try this again. Well, I will say this. Rennsport has radar. I don't know what's going on right here, though. Like... Yellow flag? From what? Having that radar is nice. I look forward to that being inside Project Motor Racing. Right there, disappeared. I like it. I know. A lot of navigation I could have done right there, and I did none of it. But it's fine. It's only AI. I don't really care. We're just testing them out, see how they handle. So this is also this is my first AI race in Rennsport since the 1.1.5 update, which was today. Supposedly they did address the AI a little bit in terms of how fast they are. I have no idea if that has anything to do with what I'm experiencing right now or not. But they are incredibly slow through some of these turns. Trying to navigate around them is ridiculous. So, would you guys agree with me if, just from what you've seen, that PMR's AI is more polished than Rennsport's? Rennsport, like I said, it does drive nice. It's just, it's an easy drive. I will say, though, once these cars start sliding, they don't stop. Like that there, I thought that car was going to stop on the tarmac. I knew I missed the braking zone. But I was fully expecting it to not go in the debris. And yet, I went all the way to the wall. Once again, none of these things do what tires do. They don't just stop gripping because they go past peak grip. It's like my biggest frustration with all of these. And I'm not the only person who complains about that. There's a lot of reputable people with tons of real-world experience complaining about that effect. Is it possible to overheat these tires? So I am 16 and a half seconds outside of the leader. And yet I am 30 seconds in front of 8th place. So I don't really understand the AI in this game, because that is a wild spread. Because if this is a 12-car grid, and 8th place is 48 seconds behind the leader. And this is only completing lap 2. But I will give this game a compliment right here. I think for a game, they're doing a good job blending the gear whine with the engine sound. In real life, gear whine will be a lot louder with a sequential, and it will be overbearing and annoying. But for the sake of playing a game with your friends, you want it to be a little more pleasurable on the ears. And I think this game does a good job of combining the sounds without like completely muting all the bad sounds like Gran Turismo does. Oh, that AI is just going to drive right around me. Yeah, since I brought up the time, the AI has put another 5 seconds on me. The leader. Now, I have no idea how the AI is set in this right now. I have no idea. Whatever default is. Like, you install the game and you play it. That's what the AI is set to in this right now. And they, in general, seem a good bit faster than me right now. But the spread doesn't make sense. Because I've put 9 seconds... Whoa. I don't know what that was. I've put 9 seconds on the 8th place guy, and the 1st place guy has put 8 seconds on me. Have we lost grip? What's going on here? Nothing's changed. Tires don't look like they're overheated. Like, apparently this is one of those games that if you're rolling at all, you can't go from reverse to in gear. Thanks, AI. Appreciate that, buddy. I think we get the point. So, real quick, before I look at chat and jump over to LMU, AI in this game, I don't even know how to judge it. It's all over the place. The spread is what's the confusing part. If the 1st place guy is super fast and 8th place is like disgustingly slow, I don't know. I don't know how the AI works, the algo works in this game, because it doesn't. It's clear that they want to make the. You should always have the leaders be faster, of course. The back of the pack should be a little easier, but that much of a spread in that short of a time, very inconsistent AI. I don't really know how to judge it, honestly. It's almost like it was multi-class, but all GT3. The performance range was wildly different. So try AI strength at about 80 and aggression at about 40 for LMU. All right, I'll do that. I don't even know how to set it in this. I don't think only slider I've seen in this, or not slider, but checkbox, is BOP, which should make it everything the same, but I still don't know how it fully works. Cody Mack, how's the game? Is Rennsport better than PMR? There are certain things that it has that are better than PMR. But I would say, no, it is not better than PMR. PMR is definitely the better game. If you were to have enough money to buy either one, but only one, you should 100% buy Project Motor Racing. Now, Rennsport has only gotten better since its release. So that's good. And maybe it will be a killer. But I mean, it's been in development and been in early access prior to full release for a long time. I don't know. Hey, Jared, just found your channel yesterday. I have no idea why everyone is hating on PMR. I have 40 hours in and I'm loving it. Sure, it has some issues, but it's a blast. And that is the general consensus from anybody who spends any level of time in the game. Yes, it has problems, but they're having enough fun to overlook those problems and wait. Now, that is not a indefinite thing. People will eventually get sick of the bugs and move on. However, the general consensus is it's got problems, but I'm having enough fun to where I can ignore the problems for now and keep playing it and keep having fun. And I'm in the same boat. In LMU, the force feedback goes weak when you lose grip on only at low speed. It does, and I was just complaining about that earlier. It is 100% happening, and I don't like it. I don't like the effect. Because, like I said, tire grip just doesn't go away once you get past peak tire grip. Yes, the wheel needs to tell you that you're losing front grip by softening a little bit, but I go from like force feedback to, oh, the wheel just slipped out of my hands because there's no force feedback. That's not what that tells me. I don't have ABS on, and I locked up the brakes completely, or I locked up the tires completely, and now, or I locked up the brakes, and now the tires are now sliding on the tarmac. They are not rolling with grip anymore. Setting first to AI difficulty. Okay, all right. So, what is this hold brakes? Oh, that's fine. I don't care about that. Holds clutch until that's fine. I don't care about that. I want ABS on. I want stability control off. I've already set all of my traction controls, so I can turn it traction control complete. Because I was wondering why, when I had TC off, I couldn't spin the tires no matter how hard I tried. And then I saw there was a lateral TC and all this other stuff, so I now have control of those on the wheel. So AI strength. Okay, what'd you say? 80 on strength, 40 on aggression. So 80, and then what would 40 be on the aggression if it's showing me low, normal, and high? We'll go normal. How's that? 80 seems on the low if it's only 75 is the lowest. Now you're wrong. LMU has different GT3. I understand they're different specs, but the only thing I've said in comparison so far was the tires. Or what the tire model should do. And we should have more grip. Or more force feedback. Because grip isn't gone, it's just less grip. Anyway. Please explain wheels. GT7 will turn, and then I completely lose steering wheel, and then as I slow, I get feeling back. T598. That's force feedback telling you you're losing front end grip, because in a real car, if you ever lock up the front tires while turning, you lose steering because your tires aren't gripping anymore. So you're feeling, when you feel force feedback, and I'm not talking about like shaking, I'm talking about static force feedback against you, like you're turning into G-forces, your tires are maintaining grip. And as they start to lose grip, the wheels will get easier to turn. It's the same reason when you're on, if you have really, really wide front tires versus really narrow front tires and you're staying still in, say, a garage, for example, and you try turning the wheels, car on, power steering on, whatever, you turn the wheel, wider tires are harder to turn because you're turning more grip, more contact patch of the tire on the ground against the ground. It's the same when you're moving. When that tire starts to lose grip, you should start to lose force feedback. But my complaint about how LMU handles it is it feels like when I start to lose front tire grip, it feels like I just stomped on the brakes with no ABS on, locked up the tires, and now I have no force feedback. That's what I feel. And what I'm trying to say with that, how that needs to be addressed, is you shouldn't lose all force feedback. When you start to lose grip, it should 100% soften up. But it shouldn't just go away to where I can spin the wheel like that. Because that is telling me right there, I've locked up my front brakes. But I haven't locked up the front brakes. It's just translated to no force feedback. That's my point. And in Gran Turismo, that's what it's trying to tell you. That's normal. That's good that that happens. That's the game's way of delivering force feedback to tell you you're doing something wrong or you're beyond the limit of what you should be doing. It's good to have that. It just needs to be balanced better in LMU. That's all. I think Gran Turismo 7 does it fine. I had no complaints about it. Mind you, I haven't played Gran Turismo 7 in a while now, so maybe all of these games have gotten me trained into these, and now if I went back to Gran Turismo. But for the most part, though, I had no complaints about Gran Turismo's force feedback. I actually thought they did a really good job with it. It was the car's actual physics that I didn't really like very well. But their force feedback was really good. LMU, I think the physics are fantastic. They're a billion. That's not even worth comparing to Gran Turismo. They're just not something you would compare to. But I think its force feedback is worse than Gran Turismo. We're just going to jump right into a race. So what were the lap times? 220 something? Call it 230. So, yeah, it's about, what, a 5 minute? No. It's like a 7 minute race. Can I do 10 minutes? We'll do a 10 minute race. Alright, so turning off all the realism, because I'm trying to compare with as little anomalies as possible. And tire wear, fuel usage rules, these are all anomalies that will affect the casual, just testing out the physics and general delivery of the game's standpoint. Today is, I'm not doing multi-class today. I'm not comparing the games. I'm comparing GT3 in the games. Which does GT3 the best, not multi-class. Alright, so we're all on mediums. I don't know what Rennsport was on. PMR, I was on softs while they were on mediums. But I crashed, so it's a moot point. Alright, so let's get to it. Alright, so LMU, GT3, same race. Let's compare. I gotta fix this view, but oh well. And I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but for sake of comparison, every game is running max graphics on PC. So if you want to compare visuals, although this view is going to skew the visual effect because you don't have we're not looking through a cockpit, so I guess we'll go back to the cockpit view. Despite me not being able to see enough, I have to adjust this. From the little I have played this, though, I will say I think their AI is the most intuitive. As it should be. It's been out the longest. It's got the most time into it.
Green flag, green flag.
I just gave you an AI compliment. Don't make me take it back. Okay. So you get out of the throttle hard right there. I would assume that's just the medium-ish AI level being a little too aggressive on that right there. Because you can definitely go through that faster. Come on. I will say, to give LMU credit, I gotta practice this turn. To give LMU credit, it's a lot more fun with AI than solo. I do think I need to turn the AI up a little bit, though. This still is a little too easy. Because they're, like, not on the throttle in these turns. Yeah, these guys are, they're way too soft in some of these turns.
Time 2:42.23.
Not the best line, but against this level of AI, you can pull it off. You shouldn't go inside there because you'll never, even if you cut the corner, you're not going to get it once you get back into the straight. They're going to just drive away from you. Whoa, whoa, what? Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm going to start that over, and I'm going to turn the AI up. That was a good reason to get out of that race to bump the AI. Because I want the AI to be a little bit faster. And, I don't want to... That there, I would have spent the rest of the race just doing solo laps, so... Oh, wrong thing. They really need to turn down some of the vibrancy of this game. It is just saturated. All right, also too, no, I know. I just wanted to be able to do it manually, though, because, like, there's not enough... I don't really feel like binding that anywhere on the wheel. I prefer to... Can I set the car manually? Because I prefer... It's just that there's not enough buttons. I can put it on a keyboard, that's fine. Hold on, what do we got here? KP? What the hell's KP? Not that. No, I don't want to reset all of it. But what is KP? I don't see move seat options. Is there another gameplay tab? This one? This is the only other gameplay tab. Well, then we'll just do this. So, keyboard, car controls. It's not that. What was it again? Camera, that's right. Camera. Does this do anything? Alright, so I think that's it right there. So adjust seat forward. Wait, multifunction display? I don't need multifunction display on keyboard. I don't care. Seat backwards. I'll do it with the keyboard. Alright, let's try that. Forgot to set the AI. Oh, the complexities. Because I don't need to win, I just need some decent racing. I'm not trying to, like... Alright. Why's my steering wheel back on? Okay, it's off. We'll go there for now. All right. Round 2. Well, I am trying to give them all a fair shake, Duncan. And I need to be able to see. That's a big part. Yeah, we get it. Out of line, out of line.
Green flag, green flag.
Force feedback there is just needs to be turned up, really does. Which, for now, I'll just do it the other way. Just give it all. I'm at 100% on my wheelbase, and that's an 18 Newton meter base, so. See, that adds so much. $65 is heavy compared to $50. See, now this AI is going to drive around me. 234. Woof. And missed the braking zone. So this AI definitely ramps up quick with that little bit of number change. Can you force softs on? What's up? All right. Just want to see if we can put soft tires on it. I don't want to make this stream about dialing in this game. I'm just trying to compare them. So, and settings, practice. No. I'm sure it was my fault. I'm sure it was my fault. I have 4.6 hours in this game. And most of it has been trial and error, not actually practice. So, I have... Oops. 40 hours in that. I got 270 hours in Battlegrounds. Nice. I thought I played more than that. Anyway. Alright. GT3 only have one compound every race? Got it. Got it! So let me ask you this. You guys seem like you're into LMU. Do you prefer LMU or iRacing? What's your go-to? Does someone know how good Rennsport is? Is it better than PMR on consoles? I can't speak to consoles, but I think it's more polished. But it's not, it's competing inside. It's aiming high and falling short. In my opinion, I understand because of console you would compare those games, but in my opinion, PMR and Rennsport don't compare. There's just nothing to do in Rennsport by comparison. But I will do this test. This is what I want to do. I guess I can't use... So the last test I'm going to do here is going to be... I would do this on... I can't do this on LMU. There's no Nordschleife. But I'm going to do a solo lap in PMR. Oh, that's right. I gotta do the full 24-hour one though, because they don't have a Nordschleife only one in Rennsport. But to help you, where'd he go? Felix Ziegler. I'm going to run the same car around the Nürburgring in both games, this and Rennsport. iRacing is showing its age. Yep. All right. So this here we are going to compare directly to lap time. Or should I do this? Let me ask you guys quick. Should I do this test with AI or without AI? Do you want to do, this is going to be a Rennsport versus PMR, Nürburgring 24-hour, 1 lap. Well, the thing is like, for everything you could say positively about LMU over PMR, you could say positively about PMR over LMU. If you have no interest in Group C cars, first of all, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. Group C are the greatest race cars, in my opinion, this is a personal opinion, to ever exist. 787B, a Sauber Mercedes C9. For lack of a better word, fuck GT3 and hypercars. Those cars, beat them into the ground and leave them there in terms of soul, passion, just everything about them. Like, that is where, in my opinion, this game right now, even in its rough state, stands alone. Not this stuff. Because I've said many times, and while many people can disagree with me, and that's fine, GT3 is boring. It's popular, but it's boring. It's the Me Too car, or Me Too class of car in racing. This will always be way cooler than GT3. This will always be way cooler than GT3. These class of cars will always be way more fun than GT3. Get a round wheel, get an H pattern, and drive these cars. This GT4 and GT3 stuff is just, it's the popular stuff that everybody wants to do, but it's just not fun by comparison to the chaotic cars that you really have to drive. And you got to drive them like a jackass. But fine, if you want to talk about, like, for example, LMU giving the feeling of it because it's a harder sim, getting better at it, fulfilling you, those cars, when you figure out how to drive them, it is like Group C and GTO and Trans Am tracks is why I bought PMR, and it's where the game stands alone. By itself, if they never even added GT3 to this game, the game would stand on its own with those classes. In my opinion, releasing this game with GT3 has relegated it to GT3 for most people. And there are games that do GT3 better. LMU for one. So LMU guys, iRacing guys are like, why should I play this game when I have those games? I get it. But those are the reasons why. There is so much packed into this game that's phenomenal. I did it again. I didn't add the AI. Son of a biscuit. I don't think it's better in AMS2. I disagree. I love AMS2. AMS2, prior to PMR, was my go-to sim. We'll call it a sim, call it a game, I don't care. That was my go-to. I haven't done a single lap of AMS2 Group C since getting this game. What are we allowed to 12 cars in Rennsport? I think it's 12. I want to be challenged by the AI because I'm fairly decent at this track, but we'll see how that goes with AI, but... YouTube sim racers absolutely hate on AMS2. But this is my honest opinion of anybody on YouTube. Don't listen to any of them. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody popular, huge. If they have 8 billion subs, don't listen to them. Do everything yourself and you choose. If I listen to everybody on YouTube, I should hate AMS2. I should absolutely burn this game to the ground with Ian Bell inside. The amount of things that I should do based off what people on YouTube say, I'm good. I'm going to keep forming my own opinions and living my life the way I want. And right now, it's to play this. And it's not to play GT3. I'm just doing it because it's popular.
Keep focused.
But I do think GT3 plays good in this game, so... And I love AMS2. I still do. But this day one comparison next to AMS2... when this game gets polished, I don't ever see the reason to pick up AMS2 again. Unless they, you know, land a kick-ass career mode and start expanding that game more to compete with this. But in my opinion, this game is a direct competitor. Wow, let me say that again. This game is a direct competitor for AMS2. And it's crossplay. Nail in the coffin. AMS2 is PC only. It's never going to grow. It's even though they're actively, it's a phenomenal game, and they're actively supporting it. It's dead in the water. Unless they push that game to console, this game is going to cannibalize it. And as far as graphics, I've seen a lot of people say AMS2 has better graphics. I disagree. I think this game has better graphics. However, in its current state, it is plagued with like a poor filter and some pop-in and a lot of random anomalies that will, in my opinion, get fixed over time. But at its core, AMS2 does not have better graphics. It's just more polished. And it's more vibrant. People like vibrant. Like, look how vibrant LMU is. This game isn't nearly as vibrant. It looks very flat and plain. That's real. The reality of it is, though, is that is real. I'll admit it doesn't look as good because of that. But that filter, that like plain Jane, boring, not vibrant filter, is what you actually see in this scenario. You see debris on the windshield. It's cloudy. It's hazy. It's got dirt on it. It doesn't look as good. Can't look at chat. Luckily, that didn't hurt me too bad. This is where radar would be nice. Because I don't... Alright, I can kind of see him in the rear view, so I'm clear. But that's where they need to implement radar ASAP. In situations like that where I want it to cut over, I would have had to have used my camera to see where he was, which would have taken my focus off the front of me. I would have had to have done this. And the force feedback is so good. People love to hate this game Hate is like a cancer. Actually, no, it's not like a cancer. It's like a common cold, because it's really easy to catch. The Nordschleife alone is why I would struggle to pick up LMU. This is my favorite track on the planet by a landslide. What's broken about GT3s right now? Tell me what I'm supposed to be feeling right now that's broken. I want to know. Do you have this game and have you put in at least 40 hours? I mean, you can say that they're slidey, but I feel like I have a substantial amount more grip in this car than I did in LMU. Not as much as Rennsport, but if they're broken because they're slidey, then what is LMU? And how can you even compare it to LMU? We don't even have the Nordschleife. And if you think the cars are slidey in this, what do you think of AMS2? This is like the slide physics of AMS2 with like a 50% reduction. It's not like ACC level grip, but it's, I'd say, right in the middle of both of those, AMS2 and ACC. But it's just weird to me how everybody is like throwing the worst possible insults at this game when the thing that they're insulting about it does better than other games they're not throwing insults at. It's just strange. And it's like, oh, well, Ian Bell. Who gives a shit about Ian Bell? Why do we keep talking about him? He is a nobody. I'm not playing Ian Bell Simulator. So I want to see how that looks. The Horizon with motion, but not motion blur, depth of field. I hate depth of field. But this game also, like, when they patch a couple of, like, the shadow bugs and stuff, I'm going to leave depth of field off forever. I hate depth of field. I hate it on everything. I turn it off on everything. But in this, it kind of, like, masks some issues. But we're going to turn it off for now because the Horizon looks so much better now that it looks somewhat detailed and crisper and not blurry. Because depth of field is a fake filter that sort of it's again, like, okay, you're only focused on where your eyes are looking. But the problem is, I'm looking at a flat panel. And depth of field always makes things feel artificial when I'm playing a game. Sim, whatever, I don't care. It feels more realistic because I'm looking that way. It's not blurry, the direction I'm looking. Now, over here, in real life, this is blurry. That is perfectly in focus. So don't tell me where my eyes should be looking, because when I look at an area that's just nothing but a blurry mess, I'm looking at that area. Like, my eyes are naturally doing what the depth of field filter is trying to do. I just hate that filter. Enough rambling. Let's keep racing. Let's see the pop-in. See how much more aggressive the shadow pop-in is? That's why I leave it on, because that annoys me. If they fix that, I'll have very little complaints about the graphics on PC, because it's not nearly as bad like that on PS5. That shadow pop-in is much worse on PC, and I don't know why, because I should be able to render shadows on. If I'm on the Nordschleife, I want to render shadows in the United States. I have a 5090. Let me render wherever I want to render shadows. Don't tell me when I should be able to, because the graphics are maxed out right now. Alright. So... thank you for the sub! 8:45.9. That was my one lap, casual lap, to compare that to Rennsport. So let me just read some comments here. ACC's primary GT3 game. I'm sick of GT3, honestly. Same. YouTube sim racers hate on AMS2. They do. I love AMS2. Yep, agreed. Some of the guys in my racing league are refusing to get PMR because of the negative reviews from big streamers. Exactly. It's smooth. No offense to your friends, but it's smooth brain logic. Smooth brain logic. It only has a huge chance to be dead because of the same smooth brain mentality. Oh, someone on YouTube said it sucks. I'm not even going to waste my time trying it. PMR is basically a polished Forza is like mind-boggling to me. I have Forza. I also don't play that. I have everything. I own every single one you can get except iRacing because of the subscription. If I didn't have to pay a subscription, I'd have iRacing. Needs radar, agreed. Is force feedback good? I like the force feedback in this game. Some cars it's still broken, but it's usually specific cars. In the very beginning, GT3 was broken, but they fixed it with the first patch. Now force feedback works. It's possible people are getting paid to hate on all, but I don't think they're getting paid to hate it, although the big streamers absolutely have biases. Don't let them fool you. I'm not going to name names because I don't feel like, you know, name bashing people, but the big YouTubers clearly have biases, and it should be obvious on the wall, but people just believe everything they hear. While I'm reading chat. Let's see. I was thinking, it's just the game. It's not the game they advertise, the best sim ever, and it's not even a sim. It's absolutely a sim. Like, it just is missing a couple key features. At its core, it's a sim. With a couple of key features added, it will be a sim. And it will always be amazing to me, respectfully to everybody in the chat. Has anybody driven this car, or any GT3 car, around any track in the world ever? Has anybody done it? If you haven't done it, then I'm sorry, but your opinion is irrelevant on if you think this car should or should not do what it does around this track and this tire and blah, blah, blah. My own opinion included, because I have not done it. What is a sim? The most popular game in racing by a landslide right now, you can only play on PlayStation. And if this game is not a sim, then that's a 1995 arcade game. So agree to disagree that this is not a sim. I would absolutely put this into, this is a sim more than it is a simcade or an arcade game. I researched the word hate, meaning strong dislike. Of course, it does. In my opinion, my complaint with ACC is the cars feel too gripped. Almost like Rennsport, but it just does it a lot better than Rennsport. People are definitely taking this hobby way too serious, and I have to remind myself to not get wrapped up in people's opinions and be annoyed by it and just enjoy myself and make my content that I want to make my content. But for the sake of conversation right now, I'm speaking my mind. But, like, bottom line is this. Nobody on the planet besides you can tell you when you are having fun. If LMU, if iRacing, if ACC, if AMS2, if Project Motor Racing, if Rennsport, if Forza, if Gran Turismo, if Need for Speed, if Burnout Paradise is your favorite game because you get the most amount of fun out of it, nobody can tell you you're wrong. Period. End of conversation. I don't mind LMU, but it's not... I like this game far better than LMU. PMR. Not because I think it does GT3 better than LMU or whatever. At the end of the day, I like it more than LMU because from the time I start to the time I am done, I had more fun in that time. And that's how it should be for everybody with whatever they do. Period. If Gran Turismo is your game for that, nobody can tell you you're wrong. Period. And people have a hard time with that. Egos get in the way for the most ridiculous reasons. Gran Turismo, yeah, exactly. Gran Turismo advertised as the real driving simulator. But here's the thing. I think most of us can agree it's not the real driving simulator. However, it is hands down the most popular. It has the only legitimate esports style racing league. And they made a movie about it. How many iRacing sim racers have had movies made about iRacing? Opinions are like buttholes. And I do trust James Baldwin's opinion. But notice his opinion of the game wasn't hating it. I don't want to name the people that... I just don't believe in putting negative press on people for no reason. It's their opinion, even though I think it's a very, very biased opinion. Possibly even an endorsed opinion. But I will give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's not endorsed. It's just a biased opinion. You know, it's obvious when it happens. Only about 4 hours of LMU? So I am the type of person where I either am casual, I jump in for a little while, have a little bit of fun, or I throw my life away and grind something, and it's the only thing I play. There's really no middle ground for me. So LMU, in my opinion, I definitely can't do it casually. Jump in for a little bit of time. I've done just enough to explore the game, but not enough to get any kind of versed knowledge in the game, as you've seen. But I've also not been enticed enough by the game to throw my life away at it. Now, I would say right now, of all the games that I own, it would be my number one sim racing grind. Meaning, I am going to try my hardest to get as good as I possibly can in this from a competitive standpoint. But I'm also 38, and I also just don't give a shit. I don't care how good I am in sim racing, as long as I'm having fun. 10 years ago, that might have been a different story. I might have wanted to be the fastest person on the planet in that sim. But because I've done the real racing thing in real life for 20 years, that competitive itch to be the best, or at least attempt to be the best, has been scratched to the point of bleeding. I just want to have fun and be casual. Jump in when I can, have some fun. So for me, LMU, we'll see. Now that I'm doing the streaming thing, and I'm spending a lot more time behind this wheel, maybe LMU will appear, but I am waiting, for the same reason I haven't jumped into iRacing, to see what happens with these cross-play titles. Because at the end of the day, I want to play mostly with friends of mine. And most of my friends are on console. There are some guys on PC, but some guys are on console. LMU might be going to console. So when that happens, that might be extra reinforcement to maybe I should dive into this LMU thing. I'm not against LMU in any way. At all. Outside of purely fun. There's more fun to be had for me elsewhere. But as a competitive simulator to strive to get good at, I would say it's number one for me in front of, say, iRacing. But I just know how I am, and I have to spend way too much time on it to really start to get decent at it. And there's other things I want to do. Like, growing this right now is more of a priority. Grinding LMU would make my brain be so worried about being good at LMU, that I wouldn't focus as much on the presentation of, say, the stream, the YouTube channel, stuff like that. That is more priority. Because the biggest thing that I want to do, if there's anything to do with streaming, is not be another streamer that's glued to one particular game. Like, okay, for example, I'll use this person's name, but I think they're a great streamer, and I think they're one of the benchmarks. Rory Alexander on Gran Turismo. I think he is wildly successful at what he does, but he's also simultaneously shot himself in the foot by leashing himself to Gran Turismo. Yes, he gets the immediate crowd, or the die-hard crowd sticks with him, because the problem now is that if he tries to deviate from that, he will see an immediate loss in revenue, an immediate loss in viewership, and it's going to be, he has dug himself so hard into Gran Turismo that he now goes down with the Gran Turismo ship if Gran Turismo goes down. He needs to, in my opinion, if I were him, I mean, here's the thing, at the end of the day, he can do whatever he wants. If he truly, truly loves Gran Turismo, then do what you love. But if he's sticking with Gran Turismo because that's kind of the ship he's sort of settled down on and where he kind of feels like he has to stay for success, I think he should slowly start branching out. He should do some streams with Project Motor Racing. He should do some streams with Rennsport. He should do some content with both. Start and do honest content. Don't do, this game sucks, Gran Turismo's life because Gran Turismo's the best. Don't do that. Expand. It might be a temporary loss, but in the long run, I assure you, it is always better to get people wanting to watch you, not wanting to watch the game that you're playing. Period. I'm not saying I'm that guy. This could expire in 6 months, and it was a total waste of my time, and I'm glad I did it anyway. But if it works out, I want people to come to have a conversation with me like they are right now, and also maybe watch me play some video games. But at the end of the day, I want to have conversations. I want people to come here and watch my channel, not because of the game that I'm playing, but because of me. That's my outlook on streaming. Who made these sim racer game guru to decide what we should buy or use our own? Exactly. I mean, that's the reality of it. You play what you want to play. Period. But I feel like you have to have blinders on if you don't see the potential that Project Motor Racing has. The only way this game has no potential is if they let it die. But if they truly are what the developers are saying, the developers, not the marketing team, because it's very easy to see when it's the marketing team saying something and when it's the developers. The developers are showing accountability. The marketing team advertises. So, if the developers are truly passionate about this game, the game will develop and it will get good. You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment when you say, the game isn't good because it's not what marketing is. Who cares about marketing? Who cares? You spent very little of your time watching marketing. This game is absolutely fell short of what the marketing said it was going to be. Do you think I care? I'm not letting that cloud my judgment. I'm not letting Ian Bell and thoughts about Ian Bell and who Ian Bell even is make me have a single fraction of my opinion on this game. I play the game and I judge it based off what I'm doing in the game. And I'm having fun. I played a boatload of AMS2. And if the slide physics in this are too much for you, then you hate AMS2. That's just the way it is. In my opinion, if you're okay with AMS2 but you wish it slid less, this is the perfect game for you. Perfect game for you. And it has so much to do. Now, they have to fix some things so you can fully enjoy those things to do, which is why I've been holding off on ranked, why I've been holding off on even career mode. I want to experience things in the best that they can be experienced. And right now, online lobbies, this game is so fun and online, it's not even funny. These cars are this car's worst case scenario, or this game's worst case scenario, GT3 stuff. Anyway, to rewind, what did I just do for a lap time? 840, was it? Does anybody remember? Okay, he did that, but did he try any of the cars that weren't broken? LMP cars were broken, or LMDH cars were broken. So were GT3 at launch. So if what most streamers did was jump in and only play the broken cars, they didn't review the game. They're doing what I'm doing today, reviewing one little thing inside of a vacuum. That's it. If they didn't drive a Group C car, if they didn't drive a GTO car, or if they didn't drive any of the other cars in this game that are phenomenal to drive and are a massive standalone experience, they didn't review this game. Gamer Muscle reviewed this game. James Baldwin didn't review the game. He reviewed a particular GT3 car compared to his experience. But he was honest about it, which I'm fine with that. But as far as reviewing Project Motor Racing, the standout experiences are not doing what every other game does. It's doing what it does best, and it is not GT3. GT3 is good. Is it the best? No, but it's good. It's included, and it's fine. I'm okay with it. But the reality is that if I wasn't streaming specific GT3 content right now, I would not be playing anything GT3 related. I would be, because the reality is I'm doing more talking right now because that's what I would prefer to do. But what I'd rather do is put the round wheel on, get on my H pattern, and throw some classic cars around some laps. Gamer Muscle was extremely negative about this game at first. And then he did what no other streamer slash reviewer has done. He put time in and played the game. And realized, you know what? There is a boatload of good here. There is a lot more good than there is bad. But if you, especially on launch, pre-patch, mind you, pre-real patch, not the day one, whatever that was, patch, but the first real patch, if all you did was play GT3 and Hypercar, then you played nothing. You played a broken game. And from my understanding, none of the actual real racers, like the real life racers, have retried this game since the first patch. So they've all played it, not only the patched ones, the ones that I just did, but they played the really broken ones. I wouldn't even use those cars. Me, the person saying GT3 is fine right now, and I'm okay with it, and it's fun. As fun as GT3 can be for me. I hated it on day one because the cars were broken. That's the same thing that they played. No one's revisited it. It's a shame. But politics are in everything, not just politics. Like I said, right now, I should be critiquing Project Motor Racing, not defending it. Because the backlash has been unwarranted. In the very beginning, the hype train versus the delivery, it deserved criticism, 100%. But the way it's still being handled now you've overcorrected. You've gone too far. Now the way people are treating the devs and everybody on the team and the game itself makes the hype look like honesty. I'm going to be trying AC Evo Friday. For sure. I pray it's better than 0.3, I mean. Because 0.3 is rough. I have, again, a computer that should not be held back by any modern game. There should always be a way to get a good experience out of it. And between stutters and all sorts of nonsense, 0.3 it needs polish. It's okay because it's early access. But I'm just saying, 0.4 needs to be a huge leap over 0.3 for me to want to continue to play it past just trying it. Anyway, all right, one lap. I want nothing. GT3 only. Track conditions. Alright. Let's see how this feels now. That's the biggest reason I'm doing this today and not Friday. It's because my Sparko round wheel isn't showing up today like I thought it was gonna. It's delayed, although I don't have a delayed date yet. Because right now I just have a Simagic round wheel and it's a $60 wheel. And it shows in its quality. FedEx says my package arrived an hour away yesterday at 10 o'clock. Anyway. Sterling Ross, James Hunt, Nigel Mansell, and all the old school masters would love PMR. It's akin to taming monsters. Thank you. Thank you. I have all the respect for James Baldwin. All the respect for any of the other guys that have driven GT3 or GT4 cars and that have played PMR. But they don't hold a candle to the guys like James Hunt and the classics. Let's not even pretend. And I 100% agree. If James Hunt could play a game, it would be this game. Thanks for being here, sir. I'll be on again later tonight doing some public PMR racing. But anyway, this is going to be my last race of the day. So I'm going to get to it, and then I'll close it up with some chat, and then we'll go on from there. I'd love to put some softs on this thing, but I can't even imagine what this thing would handle like with soft tires if it's on mediums right now. All right, here we go. So 8:40 is the time to beat. I'm less concerned with the results of the race and more concerned with the ET. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's not a good start. How's the GT Neo? It's great. It just broke my hands. Ugh. I love the GT Neo. I am waiting for the Zeus wheel because that might replace it. It's going to be most likely a very expensive wheel. But I very much like the feeling of this wheel. For its price, I don't think nothing even comes close. If cost is a factor in your purchase, the GT Neo is the absolute best wheel on the market, by a landslide. But that's with factoring in cost. Obviously, there are better wheels. Yeah, the AI in this Rennsport here is absolutely the worst of the three that I've played today. LMU's is objectively the best. I'll give that. I'll give that to LMU. Their AI is definitely the most intuitive, the most adaptive, the most polished. I'd say PMR is closer to that than this. This is just all over the place. Like, I don't know what that guy just did. What the hell is this? Is what I'm talking about. Look at this chaos. It's like they're battling. They were told they have to battle to sell the realism, but the AI doesn't know how to battle. They just think they just put in Burnout Paradise physics, and that's what the AI is adjusting for. But to give this game brownie points, force feedback. What is happening? I think every AI is going to crash in front of me. I don't think I need to pass anybody. But to give this game brownie points, its force feedback is really good. I very much like this game's force feedback. I do like its driving, the physics of it. I just think it needs to have a little less grip. You know, like I'm driving this car like I would in, Project Motor Racing or ACC, and I don't need to. Like I just got way too aggressive and letting off right there, and I could have probably just stayed in it. But I like the driving experience in Rennsport for sure. It's very good. I don't mind it. It's just easy. If they made it a little harder, add a little more slip, I think it would be better. But like right now, I know, mind you, no one's really talking about Rennsport, so because no one's talking about it, there's no bad press either. There's just no press. But it's amazing how people are so against PMR's AI right now, and this is Rennsport's AI. Like, that guy just pit maneuvered me to get in front of me. That was his tactic. And if there's an accident in front of them, they just crash. They don't know how to, like, slow down and navigate an accident. They just spin out of control. Which, in this game's defense, so does Project Motor Racing to a degree. Pile-ups happen. Do I know where the Czech Republic is? I would honestly have to look at it on a map. I have a general idea, but I would need to find it. Ah. But another big reason, like, I'm not into LMU, I have nobody to play it with that's a good friend. And I have good friends that sim race, but they're just stuck on console. And they don't have the current funds to build a computer that they want to build, and they won't build, like, a low-budget one because that's not who they are. You know, they're the best of the best type people where they want to have the best. Whether they need it or not, they just want to, which I can understand. I'm that way with computers. I need to have the best shit. Have to. You'll never untrain that out of me. I've experienced the best, and I need to just continue to have the best. Just because that's where, like, my experience bar is for computers. But a good buddy of mine who lives only an hour away has a really nice sim, and he currently can't play this game because the Logitech wheel is broken on PS5 for PMR. He would very much like LMU because he's considering getting into iRacing. Obviously, he needs a computer for that. So the next time he comes over, I'm going to throw the kitchen sink at him for different sort of simulators and see what he likes and what he doesn't like. But I can tell you, he's not a fan of AMS2. He doesn't like the slide physics. He really likes ACC. So that's where he stands. Might be an unpopular opinion, but from a physics standpoint, I also think ACC is relatively easy. I think LMU is substantially harder than ACC. From a difficulty standpoint, I would say ACC sits right between Rennsport and Project Motor Racing. This is just so easy. Like, look, I don't know why that AI just... I'm not letting out. I'm sorry. You slowed down for no reason. Even though I spun out in the beginning, I feel like I'm going to beat my Project Motor Racing time. Maybe not. That spin out caused me a lot of time. I knew I was going to get you sooner or later, the way you're driving. Now, I'm sure, the way the AI is programmed, you're just going to motor right around me right now. Okay, get out of my slipstream, and just, come on, show me what you got. Just drive around me. There it is. Look at that. I knew that was coming. Unnecessary, bruh. So, I might do this again to avoid that spin out in the beginning. Yeah, so I did 9:03. My time to beat was 8:40, but we crashed for a good amount of time in the very beginning. What strength are you running in your wheelbase? 18 on the base and then 65 in the game. So, however that scales. Rennsport. Hey, I'm glad you popped up. AI is definitely not where we want it to be at the moment in time, but we're in the process of making it a better experience. Good, good. No, I genuinely believe you do, and criticism, no criticism, I'm on the developer's side for everything. This, Project Motor Racing, especially on console, I want these games to be phenomenal. As far as critical feedback, sir, if you're taking any notes, I would recommend... I don't want to say the game is easy. It's just easier than its competition. So I would say, I feel like I don't want to say make the game unfun, because I think it's a lot more fun because it's easy, but I feel like there's too much grip. We're going to do that again, by the way, that race, because I'm trying to see how I compare to my time on PMR, and I crashed in the very beginning of this race, spun out by the AI. But pay us millions. You don't have to pay me anything. This is, if you call this a job for me, this is my second job. And it's my much, much, much lower paying job. This is my fun job, though. Alright, here we go. Let's do this again. Alright, so that really... TC is just controlling everything there, regardless of how I leave, so that's fine. Alright, this is where we got spun out in the very beginning last time. Alright, so we cleared that. Now we can actually do an honest lap, as long as this McLaren doesn't brick us. Like that. No need to be so aggressive. Do we remember how I have the AI set in this? Because I forgot. Thank you for the sub. John, thank you for the sub, John. Oh. Well, kind of saved it. That was reckless. Yeah, I don't care about my lap time being invalid. I just want to see the number. Rennsport, if you're still in here, a personal suggestion. This is something more to me. I don't know how anybody else feels about it, so I don't know how far up the chain it would even matter. But I'm on PC, and I have the horsepower to push it. Is there any way to get the render distance of the mirror further back so I just don't see any blue? Or is that outside of the engine's ability? Because I know on console, obviously, there's horsepower limitations of the oh, Jesus. Alright, good, I got around him, thank God. There's horsepower limitations of the console that'll stop you from throwing the business at it. But on PC, unless it's at the limitations of what the engine can do, I would like to be able to, like, say, look in my rear view and just not see any of that, like, blue filter, you know, end of existence, whatever you'd call that. Let me see if I can do this now without letting out. I let out a little bit. My balls weren't big enough right there to stay on the throttle. We're here, perfect. Yeah, because if there's one thing I'll always do is I'll always give honest feedback. I'll give the good with the bad. I will always say the bad, but I will always say the good. You know? And that's kind of why I'm doing today's stream, since a lot of guys consider the LMU to be the current benchmark for the GT3 stuff. And LMU possibly coming to console. I don't know if that's happening or not, but they've said they are, so I figured I would throw that in the mix to kind of compare them. Keep that AI off my back. Oh, whoop. There you go, AI. Crash each other. Perfect. Stay away from me. It's always strange to me, too, speaking of what's coming up in chat, is day one VR criticism. I've used VR. I mean, a solid game should always be far more important than VR support. Like, if the game plays bad on a single panel, but has VR, and also plays bad in the VR, is that really better than a game that's dialed in that only works on a single panel? Like, the amount of no VR, no support I've seen from like the consumer has been just irrational. I try not to pay attention to that stuff, but people are loud. I can tell you one thing. I wouldn't want to make video games in 2025. That's for damn sure. Oh, came out. Oh well. It's fine. Still a clean enough lap. All right. This is why I'll always say GT3 cars are slow. Now I understand, we're circuit racing, we're road racing. Nobody cares about straight line speed. I get it. But being parked at 157, these are objectively not fast cars. They're just popular. So what was my lap time in PMR? Because I thought it was 8:40, but that felt like an objectively better better lap. Check the VOD. All right, let me read some comments now. Am I not in windowed mode here? All right, so 8:47. Oh, here we go. All right, so let's see. Okay, but here's the thing, Renovadio, in terms of talking about Ian Bell again and the day one support for VR. Refund the game. If you pre-ordered the game based off of a false promise, and then later on, before the game came out, found out it was not there. Because guess what? The game hadn't come out yet. He said it was going to have something, and I'm not trying to defend him, because again, hole in the wall. That's who he is to me. I don't know the difference. But if he said this, and then before the game came out again said it's not going to be there, well, you're still in your window to refund the game. So, oh, it's not going to have VR? Okay, I don't want to play the game then. I'm going to get my money back. That should be the end of the conversation. No more thought goes into Ian Bell past, well, he said we were going to have this on XYZ date, then on Z date, he said we weren't, and the game isn't out yet, so I'm just going to cancel my pre-order. That argument shouldn't make it on the internet, but it does. Now, that's not to defend him, but I'm just saying, why are people so consumed with a single person? It's so weird to me. He could be a total jackwagon. Trying to find words that are not curses here. He could be a good guy. Nobody knows because he hyped up some video games and underdelivered. Do you think that instead of him being a bad person, maybe he's just not good at his job? I know plenty of good people that are shit at their jobs. But I'd buy him a beer. And I'm not saying that's the case. Again, maybe he is this evil person that the world has shaped him to be because of a video game. But doesn't it seem just a little bit irrational? No? Anyway. You know what I haven't done with this game yet is play online. I think it's under official, right? Just try an online race. Monza. It's always Monza. Really don't want to do Monza. How do I play online? Anybody know how I play this online? What am I missing here? I just want to casually jump into an online match. Do some racing. Alright, match. That's the Call of Duty talk coming out. Open, here we go. Try the AMG this time. I'm gonna use this time to use the bathroom. Alright. Alright, let's go on track. I assume it's practice for 2 minutes, qualifying for 4, and then 8 laps. Easy enough. Whoop! My bad. I'm not paying at all attention. Put my pit limiter on. How's that? He would have been mad at me if I just drove into the back of him in the pits. Oh! Where you going, buddy? Road's over here. I mean, it is a BMW. By the way, down here is faster on Daytona. Just letting you know, BMW. Oh! Slowly trying to... Oh, I was like, what? We're having a drag race. Let's see, everybody's on... So I'm trying to do the whole, like, okay, so PlayStation, all PlayStation. There's 2 users on PC, 1 on Xbox, and the rest is on PlayStation. Well, that's good. Because... the current, what was it? What did I say it was before? Yeah, there's only 66 in game right now on Steam. So, 2 of them are in this lobby. I guess that's not that much when you think about it, though. I'll go on track. My bad. Does anybody have Rennsport on PS5, out of curiosity? I want to know if I should tell my buddy on PS5 to get it or not. If he had PC, I'd tell him to get it. So we could at least do some racing online and stuff, you know? But I don't know how it is on PS5, and that's what he has. I'm trying to get him to come over to the PC world, but I just don't know. Oh. Oh, so it's a one-lapper? Alright, so I got 4th. Got it. Recommend it. So what you're saying is, what do you have for a wheel, by the way? Because my buddy's on a Logitech, and PMR is currently broken with a Logitech Direct Drive, not a G29. Logitech Direct Drive and PS5, and it doesn't work with PMR. I mean, it physically works. The force feedback is clearly broken, though. Do I just go back to pits, I assume? No, that's not what I want then. Cancel. I qualied 4th. Oh, I'm in the... Oh, never mind. I'm in an AMG. I think I'm in the wrong Aston. Because he's frustrated because, like, everything he goes to buy is always problematic and stuff, and, you know... It sucks we could be playing PMR, but he can't because of his wheelbase issue. I have them all, so, like, I don't care. I take this stuff seriously. In the sense where, like, I'm here to have a good time. I don't mind buying every game. Even if not every game is perfect. But... And you're all finding that it's not problematic on PlayStation? This is my first online experience with Rennsport, so I'll touch back how overall... I would say AI needs some good amount of work. but this is not necessarily advertised as a single-player game, so, you know, this is where, in my opinion, it matters a lot more. This experience. So I'll let you know when I'm done with this race. How is this game with slip? Like slipstream? A lot, a little, none. This guy in this he's clearly on controller, and he clearly needs to adjust his thumbstick to be a little less sensitive, because I knew that was coming. I knew I was going to get hit by that guy. That's all you in the Porsche, buddy. That's all you. Saw that coming a mile away, and now you're gonna, and I'm gonna take last place because of you. This is what I have to say to you in the Porsche. Knew that was coming. That was a good line. Everybody was doing what they were supposed to do, and you came in hot because apparently you've never driven on Daytona road course before. Oh man. And I get punished for it while he's 10 miles up the track. Unbelievable. Overall, though, good driving experience. No complaints in the driving right now on Rennsport. Before the 114 update, I won't even sugarcoat it. I hated the driving. It felt terrible. 114 made the game feel great. 115, I don't necessarily notice anything, but it looked like it was more of a console-specific patch, and I'm on PC, like I said. But as of 114 for me, it drives great now. The driving characteristics, I would say, are a little on the easier side. But easy is okay because it's easy for everybody. You know what I mean? So competition is still competition. Bottom line is it drives good. The cars feel like they have a little too much grip, but I mean, I'm nitpicking at that point. I don't really care. All I care about is, do I have fun when I'm behind the wheel? And I would say as of right now, Rennsport is checking the box of having fun. As long as people in Porsches don't crash me because they don't know how to drive. That's not the game's fault, that's the jackwagon who crashed me. Oh, I think he just quit. Perfect. I do need a turtle shell to take him out. I saw it coming too. Looked at my rear view, saw him coming in hot. I knew I was going to be the one that... I was hoping he overshot all of it and went straight and took out the guy in front of me. But that's not what happened. Oh, I overshot this. I pulled a Porsche. Wow. I waited way too long on that braking zone. That's fine. But let's talk positives, because the internet is riddled with just negativity, so let's talk positives for the moment. Rennsport in particular, since we're on Rennsport. Great force feedback, at least on my setup here. That is grain of salt as always, because it varies so much wheelbase to wheelbase, which platform you're on. Like, I have great force feedback in PMR on my setup, and my buddy on PS5 with his Logitech Direct Drive has some of the worst because it's clearly bugged and broken. So force feedback, solid. Might even be better than Project Motor Racing. I would really have to, like, pick through the details of that. But both, I would say, are good enough to not complain and have a good time. Smooth. I'm running this game locked at 144 frames. Max settings. Grain of salt, I have a 5090 and a 9800X 3D, so not your typical entry-level computer hardware. But compared to all the other sims, I say it's more... PMR is still objectively the worst running sim from a frame rate standpoint. Maybe AC EVO is worse, but AC EVO is wildly early access, so ignore that. So far, the online experience was good. The Porsche kind of bricked it, but that's online racing. That's not any fault of the game. That's just the guy, he already rage quit. But... what the... I'll handle that in a sec. Unfortunately, that's not even a troll, that's a bot. The internet is such a weird place, isn't it? The problem is that, like, I don't want to make the chat bot aggressive because I don't want to punish normal people. But you almost have to because stuff like this exists. Either he's got some wild slipstream on me, or this GT is just, or AMG, I mean, is just not it for the straights. Overall, though, solid first experience online with Rennsport. No complaints outside of the Porsche, but that's not nothing they can do about that. That's just an idiot. Idiot gonna idiot. Yeah, Rennsport, I would say this is solid here. No complaints about this. Is there any plans to do custom lobbies so where I can just host a lobby and have people on PS5, Xbox, whatever join it? Is that in any kind of roadmap at all? Oh, put the pressure on him. Put the pressure on him. It's crazy how good that works. Always force someone to brake late by pushing up on them. Actually, wasn't even that close, but... that's not a troll, it's a bot. I mean, it was probably made by a troll, but that's most likely a bot. And yeah, I gotta work on figuring out human mods. Because the regular, the chat bots, they work, but it's either they punish everybody or nobody. So does, what's the go-to car right now? What's the meta for Rennsport? Obviously they're all programmed and built to be comparable, but there's always a meta. There's always the best one. Yeah, the mirror visual is definitely better. My complaint is that I want it to render all the way out. I know why it doesn't do it on console. I'm right there with you, but like, see that like cloud bluing? I want that to continue to render the track, because I have more than enough horsepower here to render that without dropping a single frame, you know? But I don't know if that's something that's baked into the engine and that can't be changed, or if that's intentionally neutered like that for the sake of saving some frame rates. But I mean, the game, like, I have it locked at 144. I have my FPS counter off right now. But I have it, I don't know what I'm getting for exact frames, because I usually end up just limiting it to 144, because that's what my refresh rate is. So I don't waste my energy rendering frames I can't see. But I definitely have the power to render the rest of the background behind me. The biggest thing that matters is improvement, you know? As far as complaining about day one results, day one's, there's nothing you can do. It's over. All you can do is get to work. You know, that's to everybody. Rennsport, Project Motor Racing, anybody else in development. If day one didn't go as planned, there's no use sulking over it. Just finish the game and make the game strive. I hope both of these games, this and Project Motor Racing, kill it, you know? Oh, I'm so close to the lap record. Dang it. Damn it, Bobby. Oh, yep, knew it. Wasn't bad, but braked a little too late. I will say this, even though there's less people playing, there's definitely more open lobby competition on Rennsport. Project Motor Racing, mind you, I don't drive the GT3 stuff, I drive the old car stuff. I'm pretty much guaranteed a podium or a win if I just jump into online lobbies. Damn, 148.7. Oof. Good job, Winkler. Because I already know my buddy who's on console would enjoy the way this plays. This feels a lot more like ACC than it does AMS2, and PMR feels a little bit more like AMS2, but he doesn't like AMS2. He really likes ACC, so he would probably like the driving physics of this game. I'm just so worried about recommending him get something and it not work for him. Because I did that about PMR, and he just happens to have one of the few wheelbases on PS5 that doesn't work. Oh. So, I started 4th, ended 5th. I think I fell back to like almost dead last after being spun out by the Porsche, so pretty solid. No complaints. Definitely a good online experience, Rennsport. So you guys are good, doing good there. I would say my recommendations or suggestions would be easier multiplayer crossplay or just in same platform play. So like we got the official contests here, which is what I just did. I want to be able to just say pop on casually and come in here, custom contest, whatever, make a quick lobby and have people join, and then we, you know, essentially race a session like that. That would be something that I'm sure I'm not the only person who would want that. Would be a nice feature to add. The graphical things like the mirror rendering, so maybe even some of the bluing, the blue filter or whatever that is, that's kind of like sort of the visual blur for maybe not fully rendering things in yet. I would maybe change that to a more non-colored color, like anything from like shades of gray type thing or something. I don't know. You guys know better than me in terms of that. And then the rest I would say is just the AI. But overall, I mean, it plays good. From where it was on release, pre-114, it's night and day. Like, I couldn't play it pre-114. It was pretty rough. Now it feels pretty good. So, constructive criticism. Anyway, let me get rid of this. So weird, man. So weird. So weird. There's also not enough reasons to report. I want to report it because it's a spam bot. I guess I go to unwanted commercial content or spam. Part of me wants to, like, report him for child abuse, though. Hide user on channel. Got it. Anyway. Have it say perfect. Overall, what counts? Big improvements. Even if the improvements are small, at times, improvements going in the right direction. I wish the world wasn't so, you know, quick to dismiss. You know? It's fun to poke fun, make fun of mistakes, have a laugh. But, like, when it's just nonstop, and you keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going. Why? What's the point? And we all know what bullies are in real life. The people who were bullied or have nothing to actually, you know, be proud of. But, no, keep at it, Rennsport. I'm pulling for you because competition is everything in this space. It's in every space it is, but, you know, Gran Turismo, I like Gran Turismo, but it needs a shellacking where it's weak. And where it's weak, in my opinion, is the pure racing side of things. So, exactly. Like, here's the thing. I have 5 hours in Rennsport right now. It's all been testing. That's just kind of how I do things. I really don't fully grind something until either it's finished, or I think it's polished enough to call it finished, or I find something that's, like, addictive to do. You know, me personally, my style of racing are the old cars, which is why I focus so hard on PMR right now, and it's why I focused on AMS2. GT3 cars to me are just whatever. You know, they're popular. That's why everybody likes them. But that was good. I had fun. screw that Porsche. I would have liked to have gone for the podium. I was right there, but it is what it is. It's like I'm being haunted now by the default image of the Porsche. Because that's the exact car that hit me. But I agree. Worst things in the world to be worried about. Enjoy the racing. Exactly. Exactly. But overall, that was, I'm very happy with that. So as far as you guys, though, are concerned with your experience with Rennsport on PS5, does anybody have a Logitech Direct Drive? Or Rennsport, have you guys tested that by chance? The only reason I asked that specific question is because Logitech works fine on PC for Project Motor Racing. Controller works fine for Project Motor Racing on console. Fanatec Direct Drives work fine for PS5 and PMR. The cog-driven, or like G29s, G923s, and all those, they work for Project Motor Racing. So I want to tell my buddy to go get this game for PS5. But the last thing I want to do is him fire the game up, and his force feedback has him... I'm not even kidding. Project Motor Racing, when he's going... Or I tested this because I needed to see for myself, so I'm not just regurgitating someone else's poor experience. This is me in Project Motor Racing in any car, with an undamaged car. I'm going down the road. This is straight. And then, this is the force feedback. There's nothing in between that. It's all dead right here. There's just this random bump, 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 and you're going on a dead straight smooth road. You don't need to know a lot about force feedback to know that's not right. Not here. GT Pro, PS5 Pro. My buddy's G23 and needs setup help. Well, is that a him thing or a wheelbase thing? So he has the Fanatec wheel and Rennsport, and he says it's delayed. The force feedback is delayed. So that sounds like there's, if the mile per hour is the visual, what about the visuals? Is it just force feedback in the mile an hour? Because it sounds like there's a telemetry delay, or PMR. Thank you for the sub. Tramagi. Butchered that, but thank you. Well, right this very moment, I'm specifically asking about Rennsport. Take that specific question on Thursday. Perfect. That's fine. That's fine. I just want to know because I want to tell him to get the game so we can play online. But I told him to get PMR too, and his Logitech wheel is foobarred pretty bad for PS5, and it's fine on PC. Did anyone in the chat have experience with Fanatec CSL DD BMW bundle? Is a good wheel to get into the sim racing? I have no experience with it, but I would say yes. I don't have a lot bad to say about any of the hardware on the market right now. The reason why is because, like I said about the games, competition is a good thing. And right now, there is so much competition in the hardware sim space, nothing you get is going to be bad. So realistically, when it comes to, like, say, the CSL DD or, say, the RS50 Logitech, whichever one has the better sale is the one I would get. They're both awesome. So you're not going to have problems. Most of the time problems occur, user is the problem. Sometimes there's a bad one on the shelf, and it happens. But I have not personally, I would get behind a G923 or a G29 right now and have fun. Is it as good of an experience as a full-blown big dollar direct drive? No, but you're going to have fun. So, I don't know. I would say yes, with zero experience, it's probably a solid item. If the price is right, get it. You know? I'm not sponsored by any of these companies, by the way, so I will not die on any hill. If Simagic said tomorrow, hey, do you want us to sponsor you? I would be like, sure. But I will brag about your product if I believe it deserves the praise. I will at least talk about the positives. But I will never, ever silence myself or put down another company brand because I'm sponsored by another company. I don't think anybody should do that. You know? But that being said, right now, I think they're all good. So, like, I really have nothing negative to say about any of them. Pick whichever. I think that the this wheel, here's an objective piece of information. Well, I shouldn't say it's objective. It is biased, but I feel like I'm pretty right about it. But the Simagic GT Neo, if you for a track wheel, if you factor in the cost of this product, there is nothing better on the market. Obviously, it's not the best wheel on the market, but it reflects in the price of a lot of items. But for sub $300, you're not even going to get close to this wheel. The only other option is the Moza. I forgot what it's called offhand. It's comparable in price and in shape, but they really don't compare. If you hold both of them, from just a holding quality standpoint, the Simagic one's better by like a landslide. I'm sure the other Moza wheel's great, but because they're so close in price, it's one-sided, you know? KS, yes, the KS. Are there any known issues you should look out for because the offer is for a used wheel? Well, unfortunately, because it's a used wheel, the sky is the limit on problems. Dave Adams, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that, sir. It could be broken. You don't know. That's the problem. I hate the used market. I've grown to despise the used market because it's turned into scamming, pure scamming. And people get away with it easily because of the internet. But I don't know if you know the guy or what, but I would want to try it first, or else you could get screwed. And at the same time, on his end, I don't want you coming in my house as a total stranger to try out my sim rig. So that's why I avoid the used market. Spend a little extra money and get a new one, just to be safe. Plus you get a factory warranty. There's no warranty for secondhand buyers. So much about getting a good experience with SimGear is settings. Exactly. Agreed. Agreed. Got the Neo and it's superb. It really is a phenomenal wheel. I'm probably going to replace it with the Zeus wheel when it comes out, provided it does get some decent reviews. But price to performance, I know it's not going to touch this wheel. But it does have a nice screen on it. It's got more buttons. Yeah. Yeah, Fanatec gives a 3-year warranty, but remember, if I was any company, I would not give a warranty to a secondhand buyer. You have to show me a receipt that you purchased this from me for me to warranty your product. But if you bought this from someone who bought it from someone who bought it from us, I don't think anybody's obligated to give you any level of a warranty, you know? And you shouldn't expect that, you know? Yeah, if he bought a new one, absolutely. I'm in favor of him buying a new one. Because I can tell you that if you buy a used wheel and it's bad, or it might not be bad, but it does have a problem that really doesn't rear its head till like a month later, that's on you. It broke in your hands. You know? And you can't hold the seller accountable if it broke a month after you got it. Because as the seller, I would tell you where to go and how to get there because it worked when you bought it and you had it for a month and then it broke. You know? Mo's is solid too. That's the thing. Mo's is going to be a more affordable option, but I would aim for the higher single-digit Newton meters. If you're going to jump into direct drive, I would get away from 5s and get towards the 8 or 9 range. Mo's R9, you know, RS50, stuff like that. I know 5 wouldn't be enough for me, even though I'm on an 18. I would know I would like my I had a Logitech Pro before this, which was 11, and I was fine with that. I was totally fine. I only jumped into Simagic to get into a larger, more expanding ecosystem with a lot more customization because I'm a tinkerer by nature. I like to customize stuff. I even bought this rig here, which is designed to be a buy it and use it and that's it rig. And I've built a frame, an extrusion frame around it. You know? I could put motion on this if I wanted to because of that. I could put anything I want on it. But I also like the look of the tubular frames, and I like the height, the low profile height of them. You know? Well, my DD Pro at 5 Newton meters honestly wasn't impressed. Going to the 8 Newton was game changing. Yeah, you lose. It's not even about the max torque. You lose so much fidelity in detail when you narrow that window down to a small amount of torque. You know, like that's what I noticed with this. Every once in a while, I'm like, man, 18 really isn't a lot, and then I activate 18 Newton meters from something, and I'm like, never mind. When when I hit the peak torque, when the wheel gets snapped out of my hands. Okay, I don't need 18 Newton meters. You're just not feeling it. It's because when you broaden the range of torque, you might be sitting in a 5 to 8 Newton meter range most of the time. So your brain is used to that, and you're thinking, oh, well, I have an 18 Newton meter base, and it's set at 100%, but you're not doing anything to get to that, which is the way it should be. That's the way they should all be programmed. Like when if I were to ever get the 28 Newton meter base, which isn't out yet, I would expect the driving experience to be the exact same until I needed to go beyond the 18, which outside of hitting a wall or a car at 200 miles an hour, I don't know what that's going to produce, you know? And even then, if you're in a real accident at those speeds, one of two things are going to happen. You're either going to see it coming, and you're not going to be holding the steering wheel, because you're going to be doing this. Or you're not going to see it coming, and you're probably going to break the steering wheel off the shaft because of your impact. Or just let go of the wheel. You're not going to hold on to the wheel. Because once you've crashed, your goal is to get your hands across your chest, tuck your head as much as it can safely, and just sit there and ride the wave until that crash is over. Obviously, crashes happen fast, so not a whole lot of time to think about it. But the point is that I don't need my wheelbase to duplicate a crash for me. Anyway, folks. Alright, so my plan is this. I'm going to get back on later tonight. I don't have an exact time yet. I'll see. And I would like to do some custom lobbies, some open lobbies. I'll probably do them in Project Motor Racing, since their system as of right now is the easier one. I would like to do some Rennsport, but I can't make a lobby right now. That's why I suggested if they could note that and take that down and maybe add that in the future. That would be something I would like to see, because essentially what I'll do is I'll go live, we'll be talking about it, and I'll announce it ahead of time, obviously, so if people are interested, they can plan for it. But essentially, I'll go live, and I'll open up a lobby, and I'll have people in chat be like, free lobby, in the Discord, which, by the way, Discord below. First thing in my description of all of my videos is my Discord. that is how you would join. And if you wanted to play on lobby, unless you were shy, if you wanted to play on voice chat, join my Discord. And it's divided by game. So that's how I do it. And I have one quick short question to get into the Discord, and it's just to filter out bots. That's it. But yeah, I'll be getting on later tonight, either like 8:30 or 10:30. I'm undecided on which one I'm going to go with yet. But when I get online, I'll pop the servers open and we'll do some racing. Open lobbies. I've lost more races to randoms than I've won, so don't be worried about losing on stream. I'm usually the one who gets punished for opening up my lobbies. So, my 23Nm Alpha U went nuts one day with the FX Pro Formula rim on it. Went into rapid constant spin. Thankfully, wasn't holding. Yeah, exactly. That's why they have the emergency shutoff buttons for things like that. You know? But it's weird because part of me wants the 28Nm base when it comes out. But I'm like, outside of a number and a bragging right, what's the point? It's silly. But this 18's more. My 11 on my Logitech was more than enough. The only time the torque wasn't enough, honestly, on the Logitech was in F125 when I was hitting constant peak torque of 11 Newton meters in a turn, but it was such a smooth delivery that like I knew anything more than that I was clipping. So realistically, 18 is plenty. 15 is probably the peak that I would ever need. So 18 covers everything, but 28. Yeah, you're gonna get 28. Don't even try and say you won't. You know, it depends. If it launches at a bougie price, like this base is $700, so it seems like the bases scale $150 to $250 per leap in torque. If it does something silly and like doubles in price because it's the flagship, then no. But if it goes up by like $250, there'll be an 18Nm Pro wheelbase for sale. But no, if they go to like to the Simucube 3 type numbers, I'm good. I'm good. There's no point. I'm throwing money away. I mean, I'm arguably throwing money away on the 28, regardless. But at least I could sell this and recoup some and only be out a couple $100, you know. But anywho, all right. So the plan is I will put up a window or a scheduled stream for either 8:30 or 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, and I'll be back on for my second stream of the day where I'll do open lobbies, and it'll be more focused on more casual. Today's stream was much more GT3 comparison and have a purpose. Tonight will be more for fun. So that's probably going to be my plan kind of moving forward. The daytime streams will be more for a purpose. The nighttime streams will be more for hangout type streams. And those will not always be mandatory. The regular daytime ones will be, so anyway. All right, folks. Thank you for being here all day. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for liking. Thank you for watching and listening to me rant. And just thank you for entertaining me because you're also entertaining me. So I will see you tonight between 8:30 and 10:30. Till then, y'all stay safe. Make sure, like and sub if you do like these and want to continue to be on this little sim racing journey with me. And I'll try and do what I can to entertain and cover as much as I can. So anyway, folks, thanks for being here. I'll see you tonight. Take care.